4th down and 6. Olbridge gotta have it. Shotgun formation. Nugent, a lot of time. Rolls out. He's running out of space. Will roll the other way. They look, corner of the end zone. Touchdown!
Rowan heading for the touchpad with the lead. And the Profs will take the men's 400-yard freestyle relay.
Andrews will be in shotgun. He takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He'll throw it down the left sideline. He's got a wide open receiver. He's got the touchdown.
Motion man is Simmons. Trotman throwing towards Simmons down the field, and he makes the catch in traffic for a Bearcats touchdown.
Back to pass, middle of the field. The catch is made by Britt. She's off to the races at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Britt is in for the score.
Back on in, here's Yoxie. Yoxie to the backhand, trying to go to the front, makes the move and shot, and he scores!
And Gracie comes set and delivers. And that's it on the ground to second. Throw to first, in time, and the ball game is over. South Shore survives a late scare, and they are the 2024 New York State Little League Baseball champions.
Live from the Aquaplex in Hampton, Virginia, PDF Sports Network is proud to welcome you into coverage of the 2026 New Jersey Athletic Conference Swimming and Diving Championship Meet. Tonight we conclude the meet with coverage of Day 4's swimming finals live from our main pool. My name is David Pizzuto here throughout the week with my partner John McCooch, and we thank you for joining us here at the Aquaplex, where we finalize this 4-day journey culminating in individual and team championships in both men's and women's swimming and diving within the New Jersey Athletic Conference. Before we get underway with our swimming that's going on in our main pool, let's give you a rundown of what is on tap coming up here tonight. Coming up in this main pool will be coverage of the men's 1650 heats leading up to our senior walk, which will begin at 4:30 p.m. And then we will have coverage of the men's and women's fastest heats in the 1650 to start us off. We also have our final heats in the men's and women's 200-yard backstroke, the men's and women's 100-yard freestyle, the men's and women's 200-yard breaststroke, the men's and women's 200-yard butterfly, and finally, the men's and women's 400-yard freestyle A relay. After that, in this main pool, we will throw it down to our podium where we'll have the announcements of our MVPs, our award winners, and of course the presentation of our championship trophies to our winners on both the men's and the women's side. Should be a very exciting final night here at the Aquaplex. Over on our diving stream, in case you're looking for the women's half of the 1650, that is occurring on the diving stream. So on our other stream right now, you'll have all the other heats minus the fastest heat. So the fastest heats in the 1650 will both be on this stream after the senior walk at 4:30, and the men's non-fastest heats will occur here. The women will be across the water over on our diving stream as well. The diving stream later tonight around 7:30-ish is going to be the women's 3-meter diving event as well. So if you are tuned in for diving, obviously join us here for some of the swim events, and then go over to your diving stream and you can catch the women's 3-meter diving later on tonight. And then after that, pop right back over here to the stream to see the presentation of medals after that, and of course our championship trophies. That's some of the housekeeping and some of the schedule that is going on here today. Now, before we do get to the 1650s, which are scheduled to go off at 2:45, so we still have a good 11 minutes to go before that happens, let's get you caught up on the scoring so far, and we'll flash these up again when we get ready for the swimming finals near the senior walk time. But through 16 events so far on the men's side, TCNJ still with a commanding lead right now. They are the only team with over 1,188 points so far. Salisbury in contention still, 928 points. US MMA trailing off in third at 778. Rowan at 599. Mary Washington has narrowed the gap a little bit there, just 20 some odd points away from them in fifth place. In sixth place is Montclair State, 375.5 points there. Roger Williams right behind them at 352.5. And then in eighth and ninth, respectively, you have Ramapo at 199, William Patterson at 121. So tonight, obviously, we'll decide who takes gold, silver, and bronze, and who wins our team championships. But right now, TCNJ in the catbird seat right now, the Lions looking for that championship and have found themselves pretty comfortably ahead here, about 260 points ahead. So definitely something to look forward to. And if you're a TCNJ fan, your team is looking in really good shape right now over Salisbury. Salisbury, of course, still in contention. We'll have to see what happens here today. And we'll see if they can come away with a win or if they'll have to stand for second or if they'll get challenged for third. Over on the women's side with the full 10 teams here, Salisbury is in first here, and they have a monster lead right now, 1,093 points. Next in line is Mary Washington, 676.5. Conventional wisdom would tell you that right now this is Salisbury's to lose, and the battle is going to be for second place, really, where you have a logjam between second and fifth. Mary Washington in second, 676.5 points, but only a 40-point lead over Rowan, which actually moved up from fifth to third yesterday after yesterday's competition. They are at 536 and are only 40 points away from Mary Washington. Kane is not too far behind, 19 points off of Rowan in fourth place. And then you have Montclair State University at 539, a little bit trailing by a little bit more than the rest of the field. But, they had a very good Friday, trailed off a little bit yesterday. We'll see if they can bridge that gap. TCNJ, 456 right now, is in the second half of the standings in sixth place. You got the United States Merchant Marine Academy in seventh at 333.5. Roger Williams in sixth at 268. Being challenged by Ramapo in ninth right now at 231. And then you have William Patterson University at 158. So the Gulls are in a commanding lead of first place right now. We'll see if they can continue to hang on to that. So those are our scores through the 16 events so far. But today's events will have a lot to do with it. And one of the things that we should mention is that, again, in about 6 or 7 minutes from now, we will have the start of the 1650 freestyle. We believe that the men will have 4 heats, if I'm not mistaken. The women will have 3 heats in this event. And this event is a scoring event past the top 8 who will swim later on. So there's still places 9 through 24 that will be decided here in the pool. So even though this is kind of an extension from the preliminary events that happened earlier this morning, there is still some scoring that will be done. So by the time we do the senior walk and then we flash those scores on the screen again, the scores would have changed a little bit. We won't have the updated scoring at that time. So just do keep that in mind as well. Finally, last bit of housekeeping before we throw it over to the public address. Remember that if you're tuned in here to watch the women's 16 free, that is on the diving stream that is going on opposite hours. Before the senior walk, the men and women will be split here for the 1650. The women will be doing their 1650 in the diving pool. The men will be doing their 1650 here in the main pool. Then, of course, we will break for a little while. We'll come back and officially introduce the meet with our senior walk, and then we will have both the men and women combined from there on out, with the exception, of course, of women's 3-meter diving, which will take place a little bit later on this evening. That will also be on the diving stream. So that'll do it for us here in the booth. The next time you'll hear some noises in the pool, we will let you know what heats are going on in the men's 1650. Until then, thanks for watching the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships here at the Aquaplex in Hampton, Virginia on the PDF Sports Network. You know what? Let me do this.
We will be starting again 16:50 in 1 minute. Timers and lane counters for 16:50. Please report.
Oh, good. Yeah, I got more of this lane here. Cut out that. Good, looks pretty good.
Event 28, men's 1650 yard freestyle. Heat 1 of 4.
This is the men's 1650 freestyle. This is heat number 1, heat 1 of 4 in the 1650 freestyle for the men.
Event 29, women's 1650 yard freestyle. Heat 1 of 3.
Heat 1 of 3 of the women's 1650 freestyle. Heat 1 out of 3, so 3 heats in 1650. You're the back today for women's 1650.
like up there, you mean?
So it would have the person's name and then the school?
Yeah.
I
I guess they might have. Yeah, they switched it randomly. That's them.
Okay.
So we don't control that. But I don't know why they did that.
I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know. It's usually all the kids like
Right.
their names like
That makes sense.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
just
Yes.
it's gonna stay like that for tonight.
Probably. I'm not totally sure. But
Okay,
yeah.
alright, well,
That's what they. I didn't know. I knew they changed something. I didn't notice. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. They kind of like tightened it up.
Something Breaststroke.
Yeah, they just got rid of. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these is live. Yeah.
They're live on where?
Yeah. It's on the NJAC website. It's on this other platform.
It's on the NJAC platform?
It's on their website. There's a link for it. There's paid tickets, but there's a link for it. Yeah.
Oh, you have to pay for it
Yeah.
for
Yeah. All right. You got it.
Coming up now in our main pool will be the 1650 freestyle men heat 2. This is heat 2 of 4 in the men's 1650. Coming up now will be heat 3 of 4 in the men's 1650 free. Once again, heat 3 of 4 in the men's 1650 free. Coming up now in the main pool will be heat 4 of 4 in the men's 1650 free. Once again, heat 4 of 4 in the 1650 men's free. A reminder that the final 16 free heat will take place after the senior walk and in the official kickoff to our evening portion and final portion of our NJAC championships. This is the final heat here of the non-fastest heat that will take place a little bit later. Heat 4 of 4 in the men's 1650 free.
Break, but I guess not. The break is diving, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. It's towards the end of the night.
I was thinking it might be cool to come on the air with you guys just to give the interview, ask me about the meet in general, or, I just don't want to interrupt any of the events.
Even during the 16 free, there's a lot of downtime with that, You won't have the most active audience, but,
Because I think people are going to switch over to the diving stream, right?
Oh, right. Yeah,
I was thinking like
during
in
that,
between,
no one's really...
I don't want to interrupt people like if they're watching their kid do the event. happens when this is over? You guys just keep the stream going? How many heats on men are there supposed to be?
This is the last men's heat. The women finish early.
Oh, the women are done? What time is it now?
3:47.
We'll go another 15 minutes this heat, you think?
Probably around 10. But they're usually done about 16, 17 minutes.
I thought maybe we do it in between the end of the 16:50 and the start of the night, but nobody's going to be watching, right?
I mean, we'll have to see. I can tell you, let me see. Right now, there's 11 people.
You know how you asked me about archiving it?
What?
Remember you asked about archiving it, when you want to archive it?
Yeah.
And I said not right away?
No, not right away.
I think I changed my mind.
Okay.
Can we do it like, how soon can we archive?
Tomorrow? Like for YouTube, you mean?
Yeah.
Like for people? Well, yeah. I can do it as quickly as tomorrow. Tomorrow night I'll be home.
Oh, yeah.
And then I have to just give Boxcast the order to start pushing towards that. And then by Tuesday they'll all be out for the show.
Yeah, can we do it? I'd like the coaches to be able to see the broadcast.
Just for the record, Terry, if you want coaches to have direct access, just give me the links that I sent you too. You know what I mean? In the interim, if you just want to fire those off tonight, saying, hey, if anybody wants to check the streams, here are your links, and then they'll be posted on YouTube by Tuesday. You know, for your kids. Let me give you an update too.
53 to first. Training, it was actually lower the second.
Maybe more people traveling on Saturday. Alright, so final tally, Thursday we had 61. Thursday 61. Friday we had 75. Saturday yesterday we had 78. So far tonight,
55 as of now.
55 right now. Yeah, so I got them to pick up 15.
Wonder if I came up during the 16:50 to find the heat.
First week to kick off this.
Like the event. I don't want to interrupt the broadcast.
Well, what are we going to be talking about for 17 minutes? We'll talk a little bit about the athletes, but
Yeah, let's do it. Come up.
whenever we come up, we'll be better. Yeah.
Just ask me like what's it been like being in Hampton? How this third year of the championship? How's it grown? How just some like championship is done. Thank you. I'll be back. So after the senior walk is done, we're all set. We're going downstairs. I'll come up at some point.
Yeah, no problem.
The race might be going on, so I'll be quiet and stand it up.
Let's toss you out.
done with this microphone for now, right?
Mike 3. That's you. When they do senior walk, I'm going to take the picture off so we can see them lined up.
Diving. The next thing here is diving, right? So I'm just going to adjust the camera now. Recording for now, but we just got to make a mental note. We got to record again. Gotcha. All right, folks, that concludes the first heats of the men's 1650 freestyle, the final heat of the 1650 free. will be conducted after the senior walk, which will officially kick off the evening portion of our event here tonight, which concludes the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships here live from the Hampton Aquaplex in Hampton, Virginia. What we will do here on the network is pause for about 10 minutes or so, and then when we come back, we will restart our stream. We will not go off the air, so hang on to your stream and keep it running in the background, but we will go for an extended break here. And then when John and I come back, we will both rejoin the broadcast. We'll officially usher in this final session here. We'll have our senior walk, and we'll start things off with the final 1650 freeze for both the men and the women. So stay with us. You're watching continuing coverage of the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships here live from Hampton, Virginia on the PDF Sports Network.
is here.
Okay.
Hold on a second. You know what? Let's go here. Let's go
Okay.
here. We have a lot of precarious wires here. So. There we go.
Okay. Thank you very
Yep.
much.
Not you. Not you. Anything that says HDMI on it, stay far away from it.
Fourth down and 6. Oldbridge gotta have it. Shotgun formation. Nugent, a lot of time. Rolls out. He's running out of space. Will roll the other way. They look. Corner of the end zone. Touchdown!
Rowan heading for the touchpad with the lead, and the props will take the 400-yard freestyle relay.
Andrews will be in shotgun. He takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He'll throw it down the left sideline. He's got a wide open receiver. He's got the touchdown.
Motion man is Simmons. Trotman throwing towards Simmons down the field, and he makes the catch in traffic for a Bearcats touchdown.
Back to pass, middle of the field. The catch is made by Britt. She's off to the races at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Britt is in for the score.
Back on in. Here's Yoxin. Yoxin to the backhand. Trying to go to the front. Makes the move and shot. And he scores!
And Gracie comes set and delivers. And that's it on the ground to second. Throw to first in time, and the ball game is over. South Shore survives a late scare, and they are the 2024 New York State Little League Baseball champions.
Live from the Aquaplex in Hampton, Virginia, PDF Sports Network is proud to welcome you into coverage of the 2026 New Jersey Athletic Conference Swimming and Diving Championship Meet. Tonight, we conclude the meet with coverage of Day 4's swimming finals live from our main pool. My name is David Pizzuto, here throughout the week with my partner, John McCooch, and we thank you for joining us here at the Aquaplex, where we finalize this 4-day journey culminating in individual and team championships in both men's and women's swimming and diving within the New Jersey Athletic Conference. Before we get underway officially for this final session, let's let you know what is on tap for tonight. Coming up here in this main pool will be coverage of the men's and women's 1650-yard free final heat to start us off. We also have our final heats in the men's and women's 200-yard backstroke, the men's and women's 100-yard freestyle, the men's and women's 200-yard breaststroke, the men's and women's 200-yard butterfly, and finally the men's and women's 400-yard freestyle A relay. After that, be sure to stick around as we will have our trophy presentations and all of our post-championship honors as well at the podium. These events tonight are all final heats and do result in point scoring. A reminder that individual swimmers at the NJAC Championship have been allowed to participate in up to 3 individual events and up to 4 relay events. Point scoring will be up to 24 places. The scoring is being presented on your screen. Take note that the relay event tonight, ending our meet, is worth double points. So, John, this is it. Everything on the line, and right here is where the meet will be won and lost.
It is exactly going to be won and lost right here. We'll take a look at the standings in a bit, but first off, I will say one of the sadder parts is that we won't be able to say Aquaplex every day. That's been the best part. It's a great arena. It's a great place, great natatorium, if you will, that they have here, and we'll talk about that as well. But this is it. This is the final day. It's been quite a good 4 days, and we've had some great races, and that today's going to be no different. You've got the longest one by far out of all of them in the 1650 that we'll start out with. But this is going to be competitive. It's still a very competitive meet in terms of, second through a lot. There's some gaps between first and second in both of the sides, but it's still going to be very competitive and a lot of individual achievements looking to be made as well. So you've still got a great day today to close things out. No better way to do it right here.
Yeah, and that's part of it. Not only is it the team championship part, John, but so many NCAA B cuts have been earned so far this weekend. We've seen NJAC records fall. We've seen NJAC records fall twice, once in preliminaries, and then again multiple times during the final heats as well. So it's been a record-breaking championship meet, and we've seen performances all over the pool in every single lane really coming out, showing out, and doing great stuff. Let's take a look at our standings while we have a few minutes here before our first event and the senior walk. We'll start with the men, John, and like you said, there is growth now between first and second place here. TCNJ still leads by a wide margin, especially over third and fourth and fifth places, but the standings are pretty much holding right now since, day to day, these have been pretty much intact.
Right, a lot's going to need to happen for a lot of this standing to kind of change right here. You still have the 4-5 battle between Rowan and University of Mary Washington, and then the 6-7 battle between Montclair State and Roger Williams. So that's going to be something to look out for. There's still those placements still matter, right? It's not all about first place. And in third place, you have the United States Virgin Marine Academy. They're going to medal right there in terms of the top 3. But there's still competition in terms of the standings. And again, we're going to talk a lot about individual performances tonight, and that works because we have mostly individual races tonight, except for the end. That's worth double points. So that could still matter for, depending on what happens with Salisbury between the United States Virgin Marine Academy, those double points could matter once you get down to the end of it. And we'll kind of find out. And again, we have the presentations later on tonight, and we have the podium, and we have the senior walks is going to happen in just a few right here. So there's still a lot to swim for here today.
Absolutely, and we've been, emailed at times and even text message on our business phone line with fans asking us, what's the score? What's the score? And we don't know, just like you. I mean, we can always look at Meet Mobile as well, but we anticipate with bated breath the final podium, celebration and whatnot. So you'll know at home when we know up here, but these are the standings coming in. Now, the points have altered a little bit because there was some point scoring that went on with some of the other heats with the 1650 that occurred right before we went on the air. So these scores that you're seeing on your screen are not official at this very moment because there was some point scoring that went on with the 1650. Clearing that and looking at our women's half, Salisbury with a very sizable lead in first that they've had pretty much from the jump. But Rowan moving up a couple of spaces. They leapfrog over Kane. MSU falls from 3rd to 5th after yesterday's events, and then the rest follow suit.
Right, this is a great meet for Salisbury. They're going to be very satisfied once this is all over. Obviously, if they can hold, which they most likely will, it would take a lot of math for them not to. So Salisbury's having a fantastic meet. They are the story of the meet in terms of the women's side, and they've been great despite a TCAJ sweep of the dive pool. We'll talk about that as well, and that's something to kind of honor. But like you said, you look at 2 through 4, there's still a great battle right there between University of Mary Washington, Rowan, and Kane. And Kane, again, came into this with pretty high expectations, as did everybody else. But Mary Washington having a pretty great meet for themselves and a surprising meet as well. They've done a lot. They've kind of overperformed as they should have. Rowan, again, you mentioned them, and Kane's going to do good. Montclair State, it felt like they had a great meet. But again, so much happened to that top 5 that they ended up kind of going down to 5th place. And again, you still have all that going down on the backside of the rankings as well, with TC&J kind of sitting right there in the middle. They can't really chase their rivals Rowan anymore at this point, so that's not something to follow as much as we'd want it to. But there's still a lot to play for, a lot to go for, and that 2 through 4 is going to be something to kind of follow. Who will end up on that podium in 3rd? Those are 3 really great teams, and Montclair State still in the mix as well. There's a great team or 2 that will get snubbed, that will get out of that top 3, so that's going to be something to follow. Yeah,
and on the back half as well, take a look at, Ramapo College. Can they have enough to catch up to Roger Williams in 8th? But definitely some storylines there on the team part. On the individual part, John, we've seen so many great performances, obviously so many, medal winners and record breakers, and we could see more here. There's a lot of, B cuts on the line for these next races, especially the 100 free and all the 200 strokes in the other strokes, the 200 yard in the other strokes. So feverish battles, and usually as we get to that championship heat, you only see about a second or 2 discrepancy between lane 8 and lane 4. Right. And we saw even yesterday some of the outer lanes coming away with medals.
We did, and we saw, you see, guys and gals come in, and they are the second best time in the prelims, and they end up finishing in 7th. But then the next race, they're going to finish in 1st. It all just depends on how things go, because when you're separated by a half a second, everybody's so fantastic and great, and is pretty equal skill level in the NJAC a lot of the time. And there's stars, and we talk about them, and we honor them, and there's all the B cuts, and there's all Americans and everything. But once you hear that horn, a lot can change. And if you get an interesting entry in 100, you can lose a race or you can win a race really from the jump. So we're going to kind of follow that as it goes along. And right, you look at Joe McChesney. He ended up finishing 7th in one of his early races and then won one later on in the meet. Yep. So there's athletes that really just know how to rebound, and this is it, right? So you expect all the gas that these athletes have left, and some swam at a 1650 earlier already, so I'm sure that's going to be tiring. They're going to swim in one in just a bit as well. So it's been 3 days of nonstop action for them. They're going to have a lot, so whatever's left, whatever they got, it's here today in this evening, in this Sunday evening, here in the main pool. it's going to be exciting. And we still have the diving as well on the other side that'll happen too. We'll get to take a look at that too. But this is going to be a great culmination of everything that we've kind of had to do over the last 4 days and had to experience.
Yeah, and I think with each night, we've had almost a theme to each night, speed. I think the theme of day 4 of a 4-day tournament, sometimes day 3 of a 3-day swim showcase is endurance, right, John? Because, a lot of these athletes, just like you mentioned, especially the individual ones, they participate in their only event tonight, but it's their 3rd event in 4 days, and they've been on 4 relay events as well.
Yeah.
So, what's important here is endurance. How much gas do they have left in the tank? How much have they put in reserves for a night like this and for their signature race? So that's always something that's interesting to see as well. It was a gorgeous day yesterday. We had some rain in the forecast. We had some rain in the forecast today. Not quite sure if a lot of these swimmers spent the better part of the day just in their hotel rooms and just hanging out. But it'll be interesting to see how these performers perform on their 4th consecutive day here.
Right, and they have to manage everything that goes on in terms of their preparation. I will say, though, about the rain. Any rain in Virginia is never dreary, ugly rain. It's always pretty rain in Virginia. Right. It's a very gorgeous state. I mean, we don't get as much time to explore the state, but we know about it, right? And it's better than what's going on in Jersey for us. So we just had that snowstorm a couple weeks ago. So we'll take the rain. We're fine with that. Right. It's awesome. But you have to manage everything you put in your body, all the sleep you get, right? You have to wake up early in the morning. These are fairly early mornings now for these athletes because sometimes, right, you go back to high school swim practices. You had to show up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning before school started. Then you had to go to school, and you probably had some other swim thing after school, for especially a lot of these athletes that have made it to that level. So this isn't anything new for them. It's just having to stay consistent in the way they train, in the way they prepare, and not just for one thing. It's for 4 days in a row, plus the travel that they had before this. So it's been something.
Yeah. So just a little housekeeping, John. We're going to have our senior walk to start things off. We're going to talk a little bit about that. When that actually occurs, John, I'm going to be leaving this desk and manning our camera there so we can get a good look at some of our seniors entering. We can see them collecting now at the staircase on the far end of your screen. We'll take down our scoreboard there so we'll get a better look at them as well. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then joining us for the 1650 during that race at some point, we are going to be joined by NJAC Commissioner Terry Small. So be on the lookout for that as the race goes on. We'll be calling the race and we'll be chatting with Terry. It'll be nice to catch up with Commissioner Small to talk a little bit about this weekend, all the great things that are happening with the NJAC, because the umbrella to all this, John, is that we've had a fantastic time here, covering this championship. And if you need an example of how it's done the right way, you look to the NJAC, and they did not disappoint with this terrific showcase that they've done for their athletes. So a lot on tap there. But let's talk about the senior walk. How great must this feel for this group here? A little bit of bittersweet, right? The last time they get to do this, or the only time they really get to do this, is the last time they really get to take the bulkhead for themselves. Tell me a little bit about that swell of pride that they must be feeling.
It's a lot of emotions mixed up into one, and especially because, this is the 3rd year of this NJAC championship, so really for the last 2, they've been kind of on the side supporting the seniors that were ahead of them, seeing what it's like to feel that, and now they get put in that shoe, and it can be kind of a shell shock to you, right? You kind of realize, oh, wow, this is really over, and that's going to be a really interesting time because, again, they also have to swim after too, so that's going to be fun. But they get to kind of feel everything. They get to get a good culmination of not just this week, but their careers and everything that they've put into it. And you get to see, your parents and everyone that came down here to support you come down and see you do that walkout, and we're going to see it shortly. But it's a lot of emotions. It's going to definitely swell for a lot of these athletes. I'm sure we'll see it. And we've got this pool view right here, so you'll get to see enough of it. But it's a lot to take in for all these seniors that have, again, put so much time, effort, and it doesn't just date back to their college career, their high school career, right? Because this may be the last time they swim on this kind of setting, in this kind of meet, right? They may go into coaching, which will be a whole different ballgame for them. But it's a lot to take in, and we'll see how they all react to it.
All right, so we're going to turn it over to the public address for a lot of what's coming up and the introduction of some of our seniors. We'll man our camera to get you in a little bit closer. John, you take over the controls from here, and when we regroup, we're going to get this one started here with the 1650 in just a few minutes. Stay with us. And then, John, I'm going to look to you to give you the high sign that we're good with the camera shot.
saluting the seniors from Kenyon University in the bleacher section and the College of New Jersey. Please report to the bleacher section of the University of Mary Washington banner.
Just to keep you in here, all of our seniors will be honored in the senior walkout in just a couple of moments here. There's a lot of them, but a lot of people will be honored today after long careers of swimming and everything and diving, and they put a lot of work into this, and they deserve this moment, and they will get it, and we'll have it for you right here for the PDF Sports Network here for the NJAC 2026 Swimming and Diving Championships, where the seniors will be honored before our big day and our day 4 of this meet here today. And we're just still waiting for some to file in, but they will shortly. And again, we'll have this presentation. We'll head down to Stephen Ivanko in just a couple. But it'll be a very, very big moment, a very emotional moment for a lot of people. And we'll have it right here for you. Again, just want to remind you, we're still awaiting our senior walkouts. That'll happen shortly before we begin our big event today, our day 4 of the 2026 NJAC Championships. Seniors will be honored here today in what could be the final moment, really, of some of their swimming careers, swimming and diving careers, and this could be it, and this will be the moment that they're honored here at the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championship. So a big moment for them and a big moment for these emotions that they're all going to feel, and they all get to feel it together as seniors here at the Hampton, Virginia Aquaplex here in Hampton, Virginia. We thank you so much for tuning in, and we thank you for your patience. But this moment right here for the seniors coming up in just a couple of minutes here, presented by the PDF Sports Network. Again, we'll have it for you of all this coverage for all these seniors that have put a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of patience, and a lot of years into this great art form and sport that is swimming and diving, and the aquatics that these people have put their lives into and their time into, and they get to be honored here today at the 2026 NJAC Championships. Again, just awaiting everyone to get settled, everything to be ready. Begin in a couple of minutes, so again, make sure to stick around because it will be a great moment as the seniors get to walk out on their own and get honored individually as seniors together here today. Again, we thank you for tuning in to the 2026 NJAC Championship, so we'll be back right here. We'll stay right here. We'll have this walkout in just a couple of moments.
Everybody in the stands for the walkout. Please keep the walkout clear. Swimmers, please exit the pool. Swimmers, please exit the pool.
All of our athletes have been instructed to kind of clear the pool, so it seems like we're going to get started with this in a couple of moments as we'll have a view and a great view of everyone that's going to walk out and walk down. We'll hand it over to public address in just a couple of moments, but again, senior walkout about to begin here at the NJAC 2026 Swimming and Diving Championships. We thank you so much for sticking around. Again, we'll have this for you in just a couple of moments, so make sure to stick around. It's going to be a good moment, the senior walkout.
Welcome to the final session of the 2025-26 New Jersey Athletic Conference Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the bleacher section by lane 8 in the main pool. The New Jersey Athletic Conference would like to recognize the following senior student athletes for their years of dedication and commitment to the sport and to their teams. From Kane University, Emma Bellars, Andy Burns, Breaststroke, Taylor Davidson, and Ashley Collins. From the University of Mary Washington, Larry Amarino, Kyle Johnson, Victor Grayson, Eli Polachek, Dan Rojas, Eric Roy, Johnny Zimmer, from Montclair State University, Casey Kaczynski, Jared Gaynor, Katie Dyer, Adrian Gonzalez, Audrey Hitchens, Sydney McGann, Sean Nugent, Fort Peralta, Madeline Rogers, Olivia Salmons, Michael Salvatore, Cody Shea, and Marianne Tassinari. From Randolph College of New Jersey, P.D. Emmanuel, Tyler Quintin, AJ Guerrero, Maggie Joe, Grace Story, Valerie Lucas, Dante Silver, Joe Sneed. From Roger Williams University, Luke Austin, Larry Montesino, Avery Lee, Rick Adams, Victoria Fair, from Wyoming University, James Bogart, Daniel Ryan, Ezra McGuire, Patrick Bennett, Caitlin Conrad, Kitty Kinterberg, Molly Hodges, Trisha Lau, DJ University, Barbara Mora, Elizabeth Cunnington, Katie Sheehan, Julie Walls, Lauren Walls, Christian Wonder. From Salisbury University, Morgan Adams, Ryan Thatcher, Nicole Church-Gibbons, Nick Burgoyne, Eric Roy, Natalie Sloan, David Turner, Daniel Figueroa, Samuel Halligan, Alexa Leggy, Dr. Kazi, Rebecca Krause, Michael Wallace, Hannah Reese, Nick Nicole, Joy Rao, Sierra Wakefield, Samantha Watson, Grace Westkowski, Rachel Wyman. From the College of New Jersey, Hunter Adams, Brian Roll, Richard Beacon, Dr. Baldy, Robert Bowman, Caitlin Bowman, Sophia Hall, Anna Kidjob, Robert King, Ryan Howell, Dylan Lebron, Maya Randall, Ruth Ross, Ruth Mora, Campbell Hall. From the United States Merchant Marine Academy, Thomas Cable, Delaney King, Ryan Shimoski, Diego Gordon, Jessica Polisky, Gianna Leone, Tegan Bauer, and Matt Wandenberger. From William Patterson University, Nikki Bird, Sarah Gomez, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the class of 2026. national anthem, the administrators, coaches, and student athletes of the New Jersey Athletic Conference would like to take a moment to thank and recognize the outstanding staff of the Hampton Aquaplex, led by General Manager Peter Gino. Please join us in a huge round of applause for the outstanding Aquaplex staff who once again worked hard to help make the 2026 NJAC Swimming Diving Championship a success. Ladies and gentlemen, stay on your feet for the national anthem.
So that will bring us back to the 2026 NJAC Championships. We'll start off with the men's 1650 freestyle. We'll bring back David Pizzuto in just a couple of seconds here. But that concludes the senior walkout. A great moment, great view of everything. We got a great look at all of our seniors, and it's a great event that we just saw, the senior walkout, and not a dry eye in this Aquaplex right here. But we'll have the 1650 freestyle in just a little bit right here. So all these teams, again, one of the longer races.
I'm going to fix it. We're missing lane 1.
Correction. If anyone is willing to serve as timers, you can just come down to the crew deck by the announcer's table. And we'll get you fitted with that final time.
Lanes there?
Thank you to all the timers.
Just going to adjust the camera just a tad. So I'll have to talk to you and also guide David Pizzuto to make sure he's got the proper angle in terms of our camera and all that great stuff. We're just going to make sure we get all of lane 1 in there as we approach the 1650 free right here on the PDF Sports Network. We're approaching the 60-50 freestyle. For 60-50 freestyle here on the PDF Sports Network, the NJAC 2026 Championships. Hear all the great chants all throughout the week. All the great chants throughout the week. It's been the spirit that has guided everybody through this event, through all these 4 days, and one final evening it all comes down to. here in this 1650. Again, we'll have the 1650. We'll have the women's as well. The fastest heat just right here. I think we got a good view of the pool.
Yeah, we're looking good.
Yeah. Welcome back, David Pizzuto, back to the car. Cameraman and
I'm going to make
broadcaster
our
aficionado.
Scoreboard just a little bit bigger.
There we go.
As big as we can go without obstructing the lane.
Yep. It's a fine art making sure the scoreboard is in the right place and all the camera and all that great stuff. But
yep.
We should take away the 1650 and hopefully we get Commissioner Terry Small in just a bit.
Yeah, he will come up shortly and give us a chance to talk. Have you given us the lane assignments yet?
Not yet. I was making sure that our fans back home got it. So we'll take a look at the men's 1650. In lane 1, you have Julian Wynn. In lane 2, Gavin Danzy from Rowan. Both Wynn from Rowan as well. Will Hines from TC&J in lane 3. Gavin Foreman in lane 4, also from TC&J. Owen Mahoney and Matt Merck from Salisbury in 5 and 6. Stephen Menderedes from TC&J in lane 7. Adam Wright in lane 8. From Ramapo College of New Jersey. That'll be our 1650. The beat cut time is 15:50.88. So we'll have to shave off some seconds for any of our athletes here to make a beat cut, but a big-time race right here, 1650-yard freestyle, a long one. It'll end up being about 16 minutes from our athletes here, and it's not like that butterfly, that 50-yard freestyle, the 50-yard fly that we saw that takes about 30 seconds, not even. This is going to take good amount of our time, so it's always a good opening for some conversation and all that good stuff. But we'll have some fun with this one. Yeah, absolutely, and we'll welcome Terry. During the 1650, whether it be this race or the women's or both. But until he arrives, it does give us a good chance. Kind of a way to talk about some of the overarching themes of this tournament. I know we spoke a lot in the Open as well, but. This is it. This is the final day of the swim season for a lot of these athletes, of course, barring some postseason activity in the NCAAs and whatnot. And the swim season itself, and I'll mention this to Terry when we have him on the air, John, it's a very long season. It's one of the NCAA's longest seasons when you really think about the amount of time. A lot of these athletes report in mid-September, sometimes on the earlier half of September. They do 2-a-days until season starts, most of these teams. And, unlike a lot of other sports, like, let's say, soccer or baseball, softball, they go 2 semesters, so they span. They have to make sure they're staying academically eligible. They have to have a full-time, slate of classes that they're dealing with. And oftentimes that means, 2 different sets of classes, 2 different sets of professors between semesters. So it's a lot for student athletes to juggle, and especially at the Division III level when you're talking no scholarships and, you have to be very, very committed to be very good at what you do as a swimming student athlete and just to get through a season. And then when we saw with the seniors to be able to do it for 4 seasons and to really see it through, it speaks incredible volumes about the caliber of student athletes that we're seeing here throughout the weekend. It does, and a lot of these student athletes had higher GPAs than I did when I was in college, and I wasn't doing any sports. So it's great. I mean, it's tough. It's not easy, but they're also, always some of the smarter people I ever got the chance to meet were swimmers. We're swimmers and divers. So they're busy, but they know how to manage their schedule right, and managing time, it's what you do in a race, and also it's what they've had to do, and they've done it quite well. But it's a lot. It's a long sprint, and it kind of shows exactly in the 1650, right? It's the long race. You have to manage just about every aspect of your sport in one race and one long event, and you only get one chance at it. So it really just shows how great these student athletes are that they're able to go out and do this and also still attend the schools they attend. Yeah, absolutely. And I remember once interviewing an NCAA representative swimmer, and he told me, he said, for every day you don't swim as a swimmer, it's almost like 2 days you fall behind. Right. So swimmers, even when the season is over, and I'm talking about as soon as tomorrow, possibly they'll give themselves off tomorrow because they went 4 days in a row. Yeah. But possibly by Tuesday or Wednesday, they are right back in the pool working on next season. Otherwise, they're putting themselves farther and farther behind the pack. So, again, it's swimming is a very niche sport. It's not for everyone, and it takes a lot of strength, motivation, dedication, long hours, and this is the payoff right here. It's a lifestyle as we continue our 1650 freestyle. Right. But you really have to. Good word for it. Yep. You have to really just embody everything that everyone talks about student athletes and taking it seriously, and maybe talk about the football players and what they do and all that. But when they talk about the literal definition of student athlete, swimmers really just embody all of that because, again, they have the longest hours. They wake up really early in the morning just to practice their sport, let alone do it because we have these morning sessions, and we're sitting there going, oh, man, we got to get here at 8 o'clock. That's late to them, right? So they're used to this, and it's a long journey for them. It's a lot of work and a lot of hours, but this is what they love, and it's what they do, and they've got this moment here in this meet, in this great race. So, and it's everybody put it on has also done a great job to just give these athletes an opportunity to show what they can do, and we're seeing it right here.
And in the early stages, it is Mahoney and Benderitis who have really are pacing things now, and they are kind of shoulder to shoulder in lanes 5 and 7 as we begin the race, and we're in our 7th turn already. And there's swimming, and there's the dedication and the motivation to do that, John. And then there's the mile,
right?
Which is, the game within the game, so to speak, right? Or the swim within the swim. And it takes a special kind of athlete to do this event because, swimming a mile, obviously, it's not easy. But learning how to swim a mile, too, John, is not that easy, in terms of do you know your body enough to trust yourself to swim for that length of time? When do you turn it on? How good is your awareness lap to lap? I've interviewed swimmers before who, most of them uncannily always remember what lap they're on, but some of them do need that marker to refresh them and let them know because they do forget. So there's just so many nuances to swimming the mile that are obviously lost on something like the 50. And it's not to take anything away from those speed races either, but this is a very, very special type of race.
It's a unique race. It's a special race. The fastest time ever is 14:12:08 by Bobby Fink back in 2020. And Kaylee Ledecky on the women's side, 14:59:62 was the first woman to ever break 15 minutes. And I saw something after she did that. She said, I'm done with that event because it is such a grueling race. And again, you have to just think a lot. You have to kind of find a way to get in the zone while also still being aware of everything because, again, you have to know where you're at. You're kind of gauging what everyone else is doing. Obviously, for someone like Ledecky, she's only worried about what she's doing because she was always so ahead of everybody else by the time you got to the second lap, and it's all about getting that under 15 for her, and she accomplished that. But it's everything that can be difficult about swimming shows up in the 1650. And again, those speed races are very impressive, and it's tough to do. And you're shaving off a millisecond is a major improvement a lot of the time in that kind of race, and shaving off a tenth of a second, 100th of a second, right? And we're talking about 15, 16 minutes in these races, but it's a lot because you can practice a 50-yard race a bunch of times in a day. You're only really doing this race once or twice or so, whatever, if you're going to go out and practice and train for it. So you only get so many opportunities to really work on this style, and it is the freestyle, but it's a very difficult race, and it's one of the most interesting in terms of psychological type of things, too, to go out and do this race.
And as we approach about 20 laps now, Foreman has worked his way back towards the lead. In fact, he does have it with Benderitis just off his, and it is Foreman who has the NJAC record at 15:32:88 achieved last year. Now, his prelim time was off of that by about 6 seconds or so, but you like to think that that's just a seed time accomplished at some point during the season. Could have been early, could have been late. If indeed it was early, then Gavin's been working himself up to this point here to try and perhaps break his own record.
Absolutely. Again, like you said, 15:32:88. The B-cut time is 15:50:88. So that would have been under. Again, Gavin ended up getting 15:58:84. So, right, it's probably at some point, we don't know exactly when those races were made, but there were no prelims for this one. It was all just races that count for scoring. And again, that's a big thing too. These count for scoring. Right. These factor into your overall team's race. You're not just kind of doing your own individual thing and you have all the eyes on you for 15 minutes. You're also still trying to score for your team. And not a lot separates some of these swimmers as well, and it's very interesting to see how a long race can go, and you still have such close separations between a lot of these swimmers. But again, you look at Gavin Foreman, Owen Mahoney, again, right there with him. Not much separated them, about .12 separated them. Mahoney from Salisbury, 15:58:96. But we could see an NJAC record go down today if Foreman's able to do his thing, but it's going to be a very, very long race, so we still have some time left to go. But
yeah, and 6 out of the 10 in this event, John, are within 10 seconds of one another. Right. So just like we've said for a series of these races, anyone in any lane would hope to medal. And you don't swim a race like the 1650 and are in the top 6 to come here and not get on the podium. So there's definitely going to be some will to get on that podium by at least the top 6 in this race. But, we're going to cut away from the race, and we'll bring you updates as we go, and you'll see it on the screen in the top right-hand corner, to speak to our NJAC commissioner, Terry Small, who's now joined us on the headset. Terry, how are you?
I'm great, Dave. John, I want to thank you guys for spending a large portion of your life the last couple of days up in this corner of this beautiful facility. But obviously, it's the first time we've streamed the meet, and we're just so fortunate to have you. The feedback's been terrific. Those that are home that couldn't make it out here, and I just want to thank you for the hard work and dedication you guys have put in to make this a success so far.
Absolutely, Terry. John gets off easy because he doesn't have a wife at home who's missing us on Valentine's Day.
I didn't have to worry about Valentine's Day. That's the first question I asked Dave when I got the
young guy. It's the young guy in the middle. But Terry, speaking of this event, we've seen so many hours in the pool with these athletes, but it's only a fraction of the amount of hours that goes into pulling off a tournament like this by you, your staff, the folks here at the Hampton Aquaplex. Tell us a little bit about when this starts to get planned and what goes into hosting an event like this.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, this is only our third attempt at a swimming and diving championship. There's a interesting history about. Our schools used to be members of the Met Conference, and then we decided a couple years ago to kind of establish our own championship. We kind of recruited a handful of schools that we thought would be a good fit: Salisbury, Mary Washington, obviously Roger Williams, and Kings Point. So, yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, we will probably take a day or two to decompress. We actually have our track championship next weekend, which you guys, I know, have been gracious enough to plug. But believe it or not, the planning will start right away for the following year, because it is an all-year planning event. I mean, you guys I know Dave participated in it. We had 5 coaches meetings. I mean, there's no other championship where we have 5 coaches meetings where we're talking through everything: logistics, schedule, lodging, just the different capacity. There's so many different moving parts to this championship. If you guys experienced over the last 4 days, it's a year-long process for the planning.
And a big part of that, right, is finding the actual place to do it. There's a lot that goes into picking the Hampton Aquaplex, and it's been great to all of us, and you got to thank the staff, which was great. What kind of went into picking this place, and how has it treated you?
It's a great question, John. So I actually went to, I think, 11 different facilities.
Wow.
And did site visits when our first year we were at the University of Maryland, which was, a beautiful facility. We really enjoyed Maryland, but the woman that was in charge told me right away, we can't host you every year. It was probably going to be every other year. It was going to be 2 years on and 2 years off, but the second year Maryland was not available. So we had no safety net. We had to find a place. I visited everybody. I think I went to swim clubs. I went to private schools. I think I went to people's backyards. I've looked at so many different, it feels like so many different facilities, different universities. And this place just stood out right from, number one, it was available. And, key to life is availability, right? And it really is excellent at championship hosting. When you think about, they host the Atlantic 10 Championship next week. They'll have the Coastal Athletic. So they already were in the championship business and hosting 2 Division I championships. So that part we knew they were experienced, but the question was, how would they treat a Division III conference? We know they're going to roll out the red carpet for Division I, and I think to a man, you guys haven't been here for those Division I championships, but everybody that I know says they treat us in the same exact manner as they do the Division I conferences, and that's something that means a lot to us and our students, because our students work just as hard as the Division I students, and we really want them to have that elite championship experience.
Yeah, and that's something that John and I remarked before you got on the headset, Terry, was taking in the senior walk and seeing the culmination of those careers. Swimming student athletes are special. I mean, you from the sheer length of a season, operating over the course of 2 semesters, they usually carry among the highest GPAs as well, and to treat them to a showcase like this for 4 days, getting them even out of their home state in most cases here of the teams represented, it's a great experience for them, and it must feel good for the conference office to do something this special for them and their families that are here.
Yeah, it is. It's and it culminates in this night. It obviously is always a tear when the seniors do their little we were talking downstairs. You guys have done as many sports as I have. There's no other championship I've ever been involved in where you do something like that. You know, track, we were laughing. I said, if we try to do that in track, coaches would be, come on, let's get to the next event. I mean, so it's really something that's special. They actually do it at the NCAAs, too, which is kind of unique. It's, as far as I know, it's the only NCAA championship where you recognize your senior competitors. So, yeah, it's special. I mean, this is a special championship. It's a big investment, and I give credit to our administrators. I mean, they invest a lot of time and resources. It's obviously not easy to take a championship this far out of state.
Right.
But it's something we think is a good experience for our students, and it's the second year has been as good, if not better, than the first year. So we're very pleased with the way it's gone so far.
Right. I mean, being a commissioner in a great sport like this and a great conference like this, what do you enjoy most about being able to work with these student athletes and work with this conference? I mean, putting on this event takes, a great professional. What's the most enjoyable part about all of this?
It's probably this. Once you get to the championship, it's funny. I have some colleagues that their commissioners complain about championships, and I say, if you don't like championships, you should get out of this business, because this is the cherry on top, right? It's what you work all year for. And I love all of our championships. I love basketball, and I love track, and baseball, softball, and even the sports where we don't have a championship, something like football, where the regular season determines a champion. But yeah, I love the championship piece. Now, don't get me wrong, there's challenges. Coaches are always double, triple intensity, right, when your season's on the line, and this is not the end of the line for some of our athletes. I mean, some of them will go on to compete in diving regionals, and some will qualify for NCAAs. But for a lot of students, this is it. This is their Super Bowl, their final competition. That's why tonight's such a special night.
Absolutely. And, John, I want to note it on the record, Terry said this is his favorite part, and he's on the headset with us, so that counts for something.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
So, Terry, one of the first questions that I had, even for you when we were on the phone, is, why Virginia? And, I thought in my own head, wow, would people travel? Would families really? But what I'm learning about the swim community and the many years that I've covered is like, these families travel, and this place has been packed. The families love it. There's so much representation here, standing room only in some areas of the facility. I mean, really, this is a family sport. And, what can you say about the support that these student athletes get, obviously across the board with all sports in the NJAC, but really these swim parents are something else.
Yeah, it's really been awesome. I mean, I had the same question you did, Dave. I mean, when we say we're going to Hampton, it's like, are people really going to travel to Hampton and watch their son or daughter or niece or nephew swim? And the answer has been resoundingly yes. I mean, we've had great attendance. This is the second year in a row here, but even year one in Maryland, we had terrific attendance. And curious to see how the streaming does. You talked about the opportunity to stream and the people that are at home watching, and they get to experience the meet in a different way. But there's nothing like being here. I mean, There's energy at this championship. I really love it because it feels like the fans are like literally right on top of the pool, and so it's a really neat place. We've had great support from the town. Got a gentleman named Jay Richardson from the Chamber of Commerce has been so gracious to us. Even the mayor kicked off the championship with a message to the Crans. The staff here has been unbelievable. Caleb Nichols, I got to give a shout out to him, the general manager. He was just named general manager yesterday, which I find interesting.
Wow.
He was interim, and he officially got the job.
Excellent.
Yesterday, so we're excited for him. Stephanie Howard, his whole staff. I mean, everything you ask for, they couldn't be more accommodating. This is a challenging championship when you talk about converting pools from swimming to diving, and tonight we're going swimming to diving, which is really interesting because it's there's a lot of legwork that people don't understand behind the scenes that go into that. So yeah, it's been great. Our teams will go home tonight. I always laugh. I said we'll see how they feel in the morning, because it's one thing to have a great experience tonight when you're getting home at 3 in the morning and the adrenaline runs out, but hopefully they'll all make it home safely, and I know they're going to look back fondly on this entire week.
And stay with us here, Terry, as we mentioned that it is Foreman still, heading the pace here, closing in on perhaps his own record. He might fall a little bit short there. We'll see. Right. But followed by Benderitis.
Going for 15:32.88 is his record.
Oh, okay. So let's see if he gets there. Yeah, he'll miss that. Did he make it?
Not by. He missed it by.
Just a hair. Yeah. Benderitis was following closely behind. And he will indeed take the silver in this one. And it is Dan's coming in lane 2. He was trailing Hines for a majority of the race. Came in the last 6 laps or so, was able to overtake it to take the bronze. Great race by those gentlemen.
Great race, and what a way for them to stick this one out, and hopefully we have a great conversation here too. But for Foreman, shaved a lot on his seed time that he had earlier in the year.
Yep.
Almost got his record.
Almost captured his record. And a great first race to kick us off. We'll have the women next. Terry, continuing the conversation, you mentioned what's going on next week with track and field. The basketball championships are starting. Tell people at home some of the things that they can, look out for on the horizon, both in the very near future and maybe looking ahead to the spring as well.
Yeah, I mean, we go from one unbelievable facility to another. Next weekend, we're at the Ott Center in the University of Pennsylvania, right across the street from the historic Palestra. Penn has opened a new track facility. We've been fortunate to be, we'll have our second championship there. That's Saturday and Sunday, and then our basketball kicks off on Saturday. So we have a full slate of championships this week, and obviously we're excited about our spring sports. I mean, we have a couple of national caliber baseball programs and softball programs and lacrosse, so yeah, it's always something, but great time of year.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question to you, Terry, was that national footprint that the NJAC, carves itself out, often known as one of the premier conferences in Division III, especially in Northeast. And, are there some, pins you want to set up to knock down as a conference? Do you speak about that with your staff and some of the coaches and really making an impact at the national championships, down the road in any of the sports?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're striving. I call it Project. I think we have 63 national championships. We're looking for our 64th. I call it Project 64. Not that I'm probably going to jinx it, but right now we have the number 1 team in the country in men's basketball, Montclair State. And, we have a couple very highly ranked baseball programs. We have a row and softball program. It's been to the World Series 3 years in a row, knocking on a title. So, we'd love to see national titles. That's what everybody strives for. But my job, I think, is just at the conference level, we're trying to give our students the best opportunity we possibly can. Obviously, we'd love to have multiple teams in every NCAA championship. That's a little out of my control, but we're going to do everything we can just to give our students the best experience they possibly can at the conference level.
Right. I was told this is the SEC of the D3 by a couple of former NJAC alumnus.
We'll take it.
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
Terry, we are overjoyed to be here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to carry this championship. We do want to give you the final word. If you have anything that you want to say, any announcements that you want to go off the air, we would love to give you the last word and close us out here.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for the work you've done. Like I said, we're all excited. I'm so excited. I want the coaches to hear the streams. We've talked about that, the archiving, and I know they're going to look back and have the opportunity to watch the competition again, which I think is going to be helpful for them. But I guess I should give a shout out to Coach Elise Fisher, our Rowan women's head coach, who's home. I believe she just had a son named Owen.
Nice.
Coach, if I have the wrong name, I'm sorry. One of your athletes told me earlier. My head's been spinning, but just a shout out to her, who I know really appreciates the streaming, because she was not able to attend last year. And, it's got to be difficult when your team's competing. I'm sure she was getting reports from afar, but hopefully she's watching from the comfort of her living room or office or whatever she's doing. But shout out to her. But, again, I just want to thank you guys for the work you've done. You can really tell, listening to the streams, the work you put in, the prep, and I know it's really appreciated by everybody in the conference.
Thank you so much, Terry. It's a pleasure having you with us. That's NJAC Commissioner Terry Small. Be sure to check out the NJAC website, njacsports.com, of course, for ticket information on their upcoming championships, but just to take in the full breadth of what this conference is all about and all the sports involved. Go ahead, Terry.
You say njacsports.com. It's a great reminder. I got to give a shout-out to our outstanding Associate Commissioner, Michelle Sarabian, who's really done yeoman work here. She's kind of our ticketing point person. Just goes above and beyond everything we've ever asked her to do. And then also Kathleen Walmelsdorf, our NJAC swimming and diving sport chair. The interesting story with Kathleen is Stockton does not sponsor swimming and diving. She's the first sport chair in the history of the conference to volunteer to be a sport chair for a sport that an institution doesn't sponsor. Kathleen was a coach, at the collegiate coach in swimming, and she's really she's volunteering her time to be here, which means a lot, I know, to our coaches and our administrators and everybody else. So shout out to Michelle and to Kathleen and anybody else I might have missed. I apologize.
Absolutely. It speaks volumes to the caliber of people that are involved in the conference. Terry, thanks again for joining us here. You got it. I'll take that, Terry. Thank you so much. Once again, NJAC Commissioner Terry Small joining us here on the broadcast. So thankful for Terry's time and for all the information that gets shared here. And I think the theme of it all, John, is the appreciation to the many, people at work. For guys like you and I, this is work. It took us a lot of time to set up, but we're having fun. This is considered fun for us, and this is something that's a joy for us. But it takes a lot of people behind the scenes in the facility and out, and even those that are at home right now that contributed to this event to make an event like this possible. And it's showcased, and these fans have just loved it. We've gotten approached by fans. We've gotten text messages. We've gotten some stuff in the chat that's thanked us for the work, and just people having fun, at the hotel, who also have people at home who are listening, have told us, are so thankful, but also how much they're enjoying this facility. So it's great to hear it straight from Terry's mouth as well.
Right, and it was great to learn a lot about the NJAC. I didn't know a ton about the NJAC before you presented me with this opportunity, which I want to thank you for, because it's been a great time and everything. But there's a real great community around this conference and everything, and a lot of it has to do with a lot of the people behind the scenes that put in that work and do what they have to do for it. But it's just great to be here, and it's great that we got to put this on.
Absolutely. So, John, we're 15 laps deep into our women's 1650 final. Gavin Foreman did his work in lane 4 in the men's side. Tell us a little bit about our swimmers here for this heat.
Yeah, we've got Grace Winkowski in lane 1 for Salisbury, Sarah Mandy for TC&J in lane 2, Caitlin Krauthamel in lane 3 for Rowan, Addie Wood in lane 4 for Salisbury, Sadia Bear in lane 5 for Salisbury as well, along with Jenna Kralzik in lane 6 for Salisbury and the Seagulls, and Alyssa Davinia in lane 7 for Kane, and Bella Patty in lane 8 for TC&J. Addie Wood made a B cut for the 17:09.85 before. The B cut time is 17:21.20. 17:21.43 is our NJAC record.
Absolutely. And so we'll see what the next 50 some odd laps will do for us here. John, I have to pop off headset as we have a technical difficulty thing happening back at headquarters, but I'll take care of that. You take us through the rest of the 1650.
The PDF headquarters is always a great time, but we'll take you through the rest of this one. Again, we're about 4:45 into this race here in the women's 1650-yard freestyle. Again, we'll keep an eye on Addie Wood, who had a 17:09.85 in her original seed time when she originally did that race. Again, there were no preliminaries at the NJAC championships for this event, so these are all previous times that were already made during the season. And we'll keep an eye on lane 4 for Salisbury. And again, these races do score some decent points. It was up to their seed times earlier in the year to determine who got into this top 8 in the 1650 free. So we'll keep an eye as we get into 5:20. Again, I want to thank Terry Small for hopping on the headset and having that great conversation. And the one thing I didn't get to mention, Dave, he's a Giant fan. Terry's an Eagle fan. It was good that I was in between them, I'll just say that. 5:30 left has gone by in this 1650. And Addie Wood gets a 30-66 split. She stays in first place, and that's kind of the expectation as you get through the rest of this race with Addie Wood. A Bear in lane 5 will hit in second. Lane number 6 with Kralzik. She'll stay in third. Fourth place with Krauthamel. A lot of great swimmers, and they've all accomplished great things already in these events. It is 1650, kind of that big moment for them to come to be in this long race, the mile, once again. The record of Katie Ledecky, 14:59. She ended up just getting under 15 minutes when she did that. It is a tough race to do, the 1650, the mile, the longest race in swimming. And when a lot of swimmers get that time that they want, they know what they want, they set a goal, and they make that accomplishment, they go, okay, I'm done. I'm just going to stick to the 200 freestyle and all that stuff. But it's a long race, and we're going to talk about it ad nauseum, most likely. You do have the men's 200-yard backstroke and the women's 200-yard backstroke coming up after this, and you'll have bonus finals, consolation finals, and championship finals after those as well. We're approaching the 7-minute mark. A Bear sits in second. 31-33 on her split, 31-94 for Kralzik on her split. She'll be in third place, and Addie Wood has gotten a good way ahead of the competition here at this point over in lane number 4. Approaching her turn with 30.87. She's going for a record. If she gets her seat time, it would be an NJAC record. The original record was back in February 18th of 2024. Deirdre McCafferty got that record with a 17:21.43, like we mentioned. Hebert sits in second place with a 31.75 split, just up behind Krolzig with a 31.74. 100th of a second separates those two splits. Fourth place will be Krauthamel from Rowan. Again, Krauthamel from Rowan. Want to release Fisher. Her husband Colin recently had a baby, so congratulations to them. I know Terry took the time to congratulate them, but to myself as well. We're waiting on the split here from Addie Wood, which we just saw it before because we got one from Hebert at 31.53, 32.13 with Krolzig in fourth. Krauthamel with 32.20 on her split. Just over 8 minutes now have gone by in this 16:50 freestyle for the women's side. Addie Wood staying under 31 in terms of her splits, 30.93 as she sits in first place. As Sarah Mandy comes up in seventh in lane number 2 for TC&J. Salisbury has been dominant all throughout this event. They sit in first place by a great margin. We don't have the exact scoring because we had some points scored earlier today from some of these 16:50 frees. Again, we'll be able to kind of get that as it goes. 31.69 from Hebert. Krolzig in lane 6 will be in third place. We await the split of Addie Wood coming up. She's a good ways ahead of her competition. Wood gets a 31.08, so we see her get over 31 in terms of a split for the first time over the last bunch of laps. But Addie Wood still staying strong. 31.08, not at 31 by much. 31.93 from Hebert in second place here in this one. Third place belonging right now to Krolzig, still with 32.12 on her split. Krauthamel with a 31.98 split as she continues to climb. 30.97 now from Addie Wood, back under the 31 mark. Again, Wood, if she stays consistent with her seat time, will shatter the original record in the 16:50 free. And her original seat time, again, way ahead of the closest one. The closest one to her belonged to Sadie Hebert, her teammate from Salisbury, who just got a 31.59 split. 31.83 from Krolzig in lane number 6. Fourth place still with Krauthamel. Just shy of the 10-minute mark in this race. And these races go about 17 to 18 minutes on this portion of the women's side. So still plenty of race to go. Get to the 10-minute mark with Hebert getting a 31.80 split just there. We're now past the 10-minute mark. Addie Wood still flying ahead of the competition with Krolzig in third place in lane number 6 as we welcome David Pizzuto back to the microphone.
Thank you, John. Just got through speaking with Angeline, who's tuned in. So we don't know what family member she's watching, but we hope they do well in this race. But yeah, back to it. And John, what do we got so far? Are our favorites holding court?
Addie Wood is absolutely holding court.
She seemed like she had a big lead when I left.
She has not squandered it at all. She stayed under 31 splits for a good chunk of this. Sadie Hebert and Jenna Krolzig have been 2 and 3 all throughout this one, with Krauthamel in fourth place. And that order's kind of stayed the same. And Addie Wood with a 31.18 right there.
Yeah, and I don't know if you referenced it before, John, but how beneficial is it when you have 3 teammates all running in the same race? You understand the pace. You understand what they're going to do in the pool next to you. And so for them, it's just a swim, right? It's not so much a race, but it's just another swim that they practice together. And right now they're 1, 2, and 3 respectively and putting up some really good splits for this deep into the race.
Right. They're still staying consistent. They haven't really wavered at all. That was one of the things I actually didn't bring up in the last 7 minutes that I was here. I did bring up you being a Giant fan, Terry being an Eagle fan. Nice. I forgot to bring that up. Thought I might have had a second.
Terry's done hearing that from me.
I'm sure he is. He didn't get to hear it from me, unfortunately, as Addie Wood still holds on to first place with great splits on her end. And we'll get 2 and 3 approaching right there with 31.91 from Hebert. And Krolzig kind of falling behind there, but still getting a better split at 31.79.
Yeah, and Addie has already achieved NCAA B-cut time as well with her race time of 17.09, and the B-cut time well above that at 17.21. And it would require Hebert to shave off about 13 seconds from her time. But again, we don't really know when these times are achieved, their seed time during the season. So we'll see if she can hold some pace here and maybe challenge for that. The A-cut time is 16:27, so Wood is a good 40 seconds off of that.
Right. I mean, we talked about how long the season is. A lot of these seed times could have been from much earlier in the year. I mean, where there hasn't been as much training. They had a lot of time left to get better, and we're seeing Addie Wood do exactly that with a great race from her in this 1650. Someone you could tell has really put a lot of effort into this race specifically. But some of these seed times, again, there were no preliminaries for this event. I'm sure they're thankful for that.
Right.
But with the Bear getting a 31.95 in lane number 5, still holding on to second place and also continuing to increase the gap between her and Kralzik, her teammate. It's all just teammates battling it out in 4, 5, and 6 from Salisbury, with Krauthamel from Rowan approaching at 31.78, still having a great race in her own right.
Right, 100% with that great split time for the lone prof in the pool right now. And, you know, we mentioned it before, no preliminary in this race, but it does put pressure on these swimmers to swim this event well during the season, because it's your best swim time in a dual meet that, you know, accounts for where you're seated here and where you're going to race among the 40 or 50. Because remember, there were 4 heats of this, you know, during prelims as well.
We got the chance to take a look at that, and there were a lot of great times in those races as well.
I'll tell you what, Hebert, she is swimming without a swim cap now. It came off, I believe, on one of the last 2 lanes. She's in lane 5, one of the last 2 places, and that could harm her. She has very long hair that could get into her face. Right now it is flowing to her side, so she's getting very lucky. But that's happened a few times in races that I've been in, and swimmers hate it. They just can't stand it, and because it just disrupts, you know, what's going on in front of them. It gets in their eyes. It can get in their mouth. So we'll see how she deals with that discomfort there in lane 5, and if it hurts her race overall.
So far, she's been handling it quite well, because I didn't notice it in terms of the split times until you brought it up. But sometimes that does happen, and it can be tough to deal with. Kralzik has overtaken second place now, and you can see it is affecting
34 seconds. Yeah, so 3 seconds off of you know, her usual pace, or about a couple of seconds off her usual pace, and we'll see how that affects her now as we have about 10 more laps to go.
Especially on those kicks, right? All the hair kind of flows back up to the front. It can get in your face and can really just be disruptive. And swimmers have a very specific kind of margin of error, and margin of disruption and discomfort. There's so many specific superstitions that swimmers end up getting into as well. And this is such a long race, and we talk about all the factors. That's a pretty major thing in a race. So the Bear getting a 34.69. Wood staying in first place, but still fighting through it. That's got to be something to respect with a lot at the end of the day, and still approaching a third place finish if she continues to swim at her pace. Mandy in 6th, Winkowski in 7th, Patty in 8th, with Davinia in 5th place. Kralzik now getting second place with Addie Wood, 31.04 on her split. Her splits have been consistent all throughout this one, and the Bears now falling into 4th place with Krauthamel taking 3rd.
Yeah, and you wonder, you know, we don't get to speak to the athletes after they finish their race, but I wonder if Hebert will mention that later and say that swim cap really cost her in this race, because, again, medals are on the line here, and you want to get to that podium, and we'll see how much of an effect that has.
Right. Kralzik again staying in second. Addie Wood having a fantastic race, 31.07. Krauthamel taking advantage of the opportunity to medal potentially in this race with the Bear. 4th place with 35.17 on her split. Now the splits are falling down. It can definitely kind of drag in that situation.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, especially the next split with Krauthamel, and you know, she's really been motoring now these last couple. Let's see if she can continue this pace in that 31-32 range. Wood put in a 30.94, Krauthamel 31.57.
All it took was an opening for Krauthamel. Jenna Kralzik 31.82. She's still in second place right now.
Right.
Still a decent gap between her and Krauthamel. We'll see how that maybe could wind down as this goes. 4th place still for a Bear. Davinia in 5th place for Kane.
Coming in the home stretch here, and the final couple of seconds here
With Addie Wood putting on a performance, 16:54.94 as Addie Wood continues to swim strong. What a performance for Addie Wood.
Sub 17 for the first time this season. Congratulations, Addie. The Salisbury Gulls.
Going quite well for them. She already made a B cut, but that's an NJAC record by a sizable margin.
Right.
For Addie Wood. Just fantastic all throughout, stayed consistent, and now we'll see Kralzik finish in second with a 17:26.41.
Wow. Just in front of Krafthamel, who really cut into that lead that she had, finished about a little more than half a second behind to take the bronze medal. A great race for her as well.
Photo finish for Davinia and Hebert. Fourth place goes to the Kane Cougar from Salisbury. 17:44.57 for Sadie. There, Mandy in sixth place, Winkowski in seventh, and Patty in eighth place to finish this one out. So we saw Bear second place for pretty much all of that race. I would say if that swim cap doesn't come off, she's probably in second place right now.
No, yeah, I mean, you have to think, especially with the pace she was having earlier in the race. But great race for Caitlin Krafthamel, shaving 12 seconds off of her time, and Kralzik as well. Just a great job in her own right, shaving off 17 seconds as well from her time. You know, I'm sure if you were to ask Caitlin in lane 3 if her time would have been good enough to challenge for the silver, she probably would have said yes. But if not for a great race by by Jenna Kralzik, she gets the bronze instead. But still, nice race for Rowan in that one to take third place.
Shirley Fisher is enjoying that opportunity for swimmer Krauthamel to get onto the podium and get a medal in that race. That'll bring up the men's 200 back. You'll see the backstroke today.
Yeah, we have bonus, consolation, and finals for this. All 24 swimmers will score here. And, John, what do we got here for the bonus?
We've got Danny Callahan in lane 1 for Rowan, Andrew Pierce in lane 2 for Montclair State, Ryan McCosker and Wyatt Rice in 3 and 4 for Merchant Marine Academy, and Gunter Chrison for University of Mary Washington, Owen Masters for Rowan in lane 6, Brady Foley in lane 7 for Roger Williams, and Darren Rockwell in lane 8 for Montclair State and the Redhawks.
Yeah, Rice's time was a good second and a half ahead of the rest of the field here that's in the pool right now. So he would be looked at as the favorite in this one, but not a lot of separation between places 2 through 5 or even 6 here. So it should be a tight race.
You've got McCosker with a 157.16 and Chrison with a 157.15. So that's a hundredth of a second of separation. And Wyatt Rice, again, 156.15. Chrison was 157.15, so exactly a second separates those two.
And through our first couple of turns here on this backstroke, it is McCosker who's really motoring here through the first half of this race. Looks like he's going to touch up first here, and he does. 28 seconds.
Yeah. Got Foley in second with Masters in third at the moment, with Rice in fourth place in this race.
You expect Rice to turn it on late here in this bonus final.
McCosker has really started to get ahead of the pack here as well. Foley swimming on strong at the end in lane 7, though.
Yeah, he's made up a little bit of ground here as McCosker has taken over. A little bit more of a lead here over Foley. We're only getting the splits here.
Under 30 seconds on that split for McCosker. The only swimmer with those sub 30-second splits in this race so far, and now he's really turning it on here in the backstroke.
It's really been a strong race for McCosker. I don't know if he left a lot in the tank, but he finished at 157.16, almost 1 full second off the mark, but leaves nothing to chance here. He takes this one, first place finish easily.
Just dominated that race in terms of the bonus finals. We'll see how his time stacks up from the consolation final crew with Daniel Grigoriev in lane 1 for Salisbury, Noah McCloskey in lane 2 for Rowan, Tucker Berkey in lane 3 for University of Mary Washington, Will Hines and Nick Viola for TCNJ in 4 and 5, Michael Salvatore in lane 6 for Montclair State, Thomas Seitz for Mary Washington in 7, Abraham Shim for the Merchant Marine Academy in lane 8.
Yeah, a lot of good numbers here on this race, a lot of 152s, 53s, and 54s. But the top 2 racers here, and even the top 3 in lanes 3, 4, and 5, not a lot of separation. Less than a second, about 0.6 of a second between them. But again, the outer lanes cannot be dismissed either. Not too far behind.
Berkey coming on strong to start things off. Got a really good entry in lane 3.
Yeah, lane 3 looks like right now Berkey is ahead. He popped up out of the pool first, but
Fell
over
back
at the top of your screen too, some strong races being done. Salvatore, we saw him yesterday in the back medal actually, and he's in 3rd place right now in this heat.
25.84 from Viola, who holds on to first place at the moment in lane number 5.
Yeah, keep your eye on lane 6. Salvatore doing a nice job here coming into the 3rd turn. Salvatore in 2nd by a whisker here. What a great split, 27.97. Right behind Viola.
See, they can turn on at this back end turn right there. In this 200 back, Viola so far strong. Getting challenged though by Salvatore.
Yeah, Viola's pretty good race here so far, but Salvatore is really pushing him. You could tell. This last third of the pool, Salvatore is able to touch right at the very end there as we get the last turns. Falling way behind was Hines. Not sure what happened to him in lane 4, John, if he just got off to a tough start or whatnot. A dead heat here, but Salvatore looks like he's ahead by about a quarter of a body. He's going to take this heat. He's been impressive all tournament long. The Red Hawk takes first.
Viola in 2nd, Berkey in 3rd place. McCloskey finishes 4th, Seitz in 5th. 6 goes to Grigoriev in 7th with Hines, 8th for Shim. And a big race. The winner of this one, Michael Salvatore. Again, like you mentioned, has been great all week long. And another great race from him. And then the championship final coming up right here with Kyle Brushaber in lane 1 for TCNJ and the Lions. Braden Sheehan in lane 2 for Rowan. Andrew Kitjob, a star for TCNJ, but so is Teague Meyer in lane 4 for the Merchant Marine Academy, who made a B cut. Mason Boucher in 5th. In the 5th lane for TCNJ, Matthew Liotti. In lane 6 for TCNJ, Ev Rockhill. In lane 7 for Salisbury, Luke Mitchell will finish out the lanes here for Salisbury and the Seagulls.
That beat cut time that John referenced is 1:48.83, and Boucher is just 0.3 of a second off of that in lane 5 coming into this one after prelims. You mentioned Mayer already having achieved it at 1:47.25. Is about almost 2 full seconds ahead of the rest of the crew here. So he is a heavy favorite going into this one. But we'll see if beat cuts are a reality. You mentioned Kitjob as well. He would have to shave off a full second to get there. But all within distance, and medals on the line changes just about everything.
It can change just about everything. Some of these swimmers turn on a different gear. We can see a few B cuts here.
Yeah.
And it'll be great for the conference. We just talked about how great this conference is. Well, they'd love a couple more B cuts. They've got a ton all throughout this championship meet, but some opportunities here for some more B cuts and some more representation.
Yeah, listen, the bottom line is here, 2nd place and 7th in prelims, separated by only just over a second, 1.7 seconds and something like that. So, again, this is one of those races where 1 through 5, 1 through 6, maybe 1 through 7, you're all looking to medal here. And Mayer is the only Mariner in the pool, too, so being flanked by a couple of Lions. Surrounded by Lions, John.
Not a place I want to be.
Unless you're good in the water.
I'm not.
Well, a Mariner is, that's for sure.
Right.
Here we go. Off to a great start. As Mayer as expected. See who decides to challenge here in this first 50. Right now it is Boucher, I believe, who's going to clock in second. Actually, no, he was in fourth. Great job being done here at the bottom of the pool by Sheehan and Kitchob, 2 and 3 respectively.
We'll really keep an eye on Kitchob and Sheehan. Again, a lot to race for, not just medals, but beat cuts and everything. A lot of pressure in these championship finals.
Yeah, Sheehan's flying. We've seen Rowan in the last event, and here's Rowan again with Sheehan in lane 2 right now. Looks like to be easily in second. Let's see. Yes, he does. Kitchob in third. Raquel in lane 7 is claiming fourth right now. Mayer's comfortable here, John. He's got a pretty sizable lead, but we'll have to see what's going on. Lane 5, lane 2 is really where 2 and 3 are landing with Kitchob challenging. And Kitchob has indeed taken over Boucher.
Sheehan's still holding on to second place, though. A really strong race from him.
Final turn, here we go. Mayer bounces off the wall. He's going to claim gold, you would think, pretty easily here. He's a full body length and change ahead of the group. And it's a race for second, predominantly Sheehan or Boucher. Who will it be? And indeed it will be Sheehan taking first place out of nowhere. Turned it on in lane 2. And with a time of 1:47.56, he takes gold. Mayer just 2/100ths of a second off at 1:47.58, and at 1:49.65 it was Boucher who will take the bronze.
Sheehan just snuck his way in at the end of that race, and that's exactly what we're talking about right there. A 1:47.56, just finding a way, gets a beat cut as well. Fantastic race from him.
Oh, terrific. And that's what we said. Sheehan was seated 5th in that, or 6th in that, I should say, in that race. And what did we say? 1 through 6, you should expect to medal, and they did.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look at the women's 200-yard backstroke of these bonus finals with Shayna Yaroslav from TCNJ in lane 1, Ainsley Graff in lane 2 from Mary Washington, Shane Budonis in lane 3 from TCNJ, Riley Chimp Donahue in 4 from Rowan, Avery Watson in lane 5 from Roger Williams, Leticia Lanes in lane 6 from Montclair State University, Shay Gonzalez in 7 from Roger Williams, and Amber Candido in lane 8 from University of Mary Washington.
About a 5-second difference separating the top finisher from the bottom here in this leg, but only 18/100ths of a second separate the top two in lanes 4 and 5. Shimp Donahue and Watson.
Again, really close times there. Rowan and Roger Williams. Has been a big day already for Rowan on both the men's and women's side, making some impacts and getting some great times.
Yeah,
right now Rowan can continue to do so.
Yeah, Budonis right now, after the first 50, finds herself in first place, got off to a great start, and she's the first to the wall as well. Just behind her is Shimp Donahue. See if she could take her on this stroke. First into the stroke, however, is Budonis. They come to the final third here. Looks like Shimp Donahue may have made up that ground. We'll see if they touch the bulkhead 1 and 2, but Shimp Donahue has indeed taken over after a sub-30 split. Half a race done with another 100 to go.
In the backstroke, the one race where you can't really see where you're going all too well. So you have to trust yourself and trust your abilities. So these swimmers doing that. Shimp Donahue has done it time and time again for Rowan and a lot of these bonus finals. A fantastic swimmer she is, and she will be for the Rowan Profs.
And once you see those flags above you, you know that's the last, 3 or 4 touches.
Right.
Shimp Donahue now putting a little bit more distance between her and Budonis. But Budonis still in contention here to take second in this race. Watson is trailing in third by a pretty good amount here, about a full body length, maybe a little bit more. Watson has really been the impressor here. 1:11.73. Bundanis, 2:12.57 was her race. She's going to beat that pretty easily here, but it is Shimp Donahue taking it. 2:08.89, and it was Bundanis to take second in that one. 2:11.04, shaved her time off by more than a second. Watson coming in at 2:11.70, about 0.7 away to take third in that race.
Candido snuck in fourth as well, 2:12.79, all the way from lane 8 to get that done with Graff in fifth by just 0.03 of a second. That was the separation between fourth and fifth place. Really competitive race right there. And for the consolation finals, in lane 1, you have Abby Panzarella from Montclair State University, 2 Rowan Profs in Lily Pushkar and Kaylee Sheehan in lanes 2 and 3. Logan Bagley in lane 4 from Salisbury alongside her teammate Delaney Gibbons in lane 5 from Salisbury. Leah Wolf in lane 6 from Rowan. Christina Korkos and Audrey Zivak in lane 7 and 8 from the University of Mary Washington. And all 2:10 times in this consolation finals.
Absolutely. And this race, John, excuse me, 1 second. This race is going to be tight. Everybody here within a half a second of each other. I think our top time here was 2:10.44, and our slowest time was 2:10.90. So every one of these racers in preliminaries were within a half a second of one another.
It's just really close. Again, like you talk about it, usually in a lot of these races, there's one swimmer, there's one athlete that comes out. You think, okay, they're probably going to win the race. Yes, they have challengers, but this is one where 1 through 8 could all take this race. It's not a ton of separation from anybody, and a lot of these swimmers could have made it to the championship finals with just a little bit more of a quicker time. So this is really going to come down to it. This may be an even one all throughout the race from 1 through 5 potentially as this one goes along.
Absolutely. We should mention that the bottom finisher in this race was really just a half a second off making it into our championship final. So you can cut it with a razor blade at this point once we get to the top 16. But
Gibbons.
But right now, it is Gibbons who is holding fast to a lead here through the first half of this race. It's really lanes 5 and 4 steadying the pace. It's like a battle for third. Up on top of your screen, Korkos having a nice run in lane 7. Yes, right now she's in third for Mary Washington. A couple of Mary Washington swimmers in lane 7 and 8 helping to pace one another.
Gibbons and Bagley, really close splits right there. We'll see how they kind of push each other, the two Salisbury Seagulls.
I'll tell you who's pushing too is Pushkar in lane 2. She's made up a lot of ground on that last run, and now she's challenging the swimmers at the top. And look out for Sivak as well in lane 8, challenging her teammate Korkos.
Watch out for everybody.
Really. Indeed, Sivak takes second. And Pushkar in third. Lane 8 and lane 2 being perhaps pushed by their own teammate, and paced. Great job in that heat.
That's exactly what you expected out of this one. Again, Gibbons with a 2:07.58.
Wow.
That was better than a good chunk of the athletes that we're going to see in our championship finals. And we'll talk about that because there is quite a glaring difference in the championship finals that we'll talk about, with Bridget Cleveland in lane 1 from TCNJ, Izzy Salvatore in lane 2 from Salisbury, Nora McMullen in lane 3 from University of Mary Washington, the star Ella Pennington in lane 4 for a very obvious reason from Rowan, Olivia Chow in lane 5 from Kane, along with Ashley Kahns from Kane in lane 6, Sophie Hogue in lane 7 from Rowan, with Tricia Lau in lane 8 from Rowan. Ella Pennington with a 1:59.06, and obviously that is the record in the NJAC. So ahead of everybody else in this race. Everyone, the next closest time is a 2:07.24.
Yeah.
To Ella Pennington's 1:59.06. So I was talking about Katie Ledecky in the 1650s, how ahead she is. That's Ella Pennington right now.
Yeah, she had an 8-second differential, and she set that record, that Jersey record, during prelims earlier this morning. So can she right now outdo herself? Maybe she is her own biggest competitor here, and that record that's sitting there from prelims.
We saw swimmers cut off a good amount of time from their original times, and the A cut is 1:56.50. I figured I have to mention it right here.
Well, Pushkar just did it.
Yeah.
She came in 3 seconds faster than, what she did during prelims in the consolation finals. If Pennington is able to shave off exactly 3 seconds, in fact, 2.4 seconds, she will have achieved a cut.
It's a lot more doable than it maybe appears to the naked eye.
Right.
So we'll definitely check out lane 4. But also all throughout, this is going to be a close one for third and second as well. On 209s, 208s, and low 210s throughout this race. So it's not just Pennington. There's still medals to be won as well on silver and bronze.
Exactly.
It will be competitive.
And if you're Olivia Chow or Nora McMullen especially, is how much of Pennington is going to help you pace in this race towards a medal. And we'll see if they keep her in their sights and want to stay close to her. Now, normally when somebody's 7 seconds ahead of you, they've left your side after a while. But how long can you hang with her? That might be the difference in you getting a medal or not. So we'll see how they're affected by this run.
Right, and you see that, right. Exactly that.
As through the top 50, at the very least, it is Chow who's keeping some pace.
Pennington does take that first split, 27.60. Chow at 28.40, the next closest time in second place. But 28.61 is Izzy Salvatore in lane 2 for third place. So Pennington will slowly continue to gain ground, but that second and third battle is going to be good.
It sure is. And right now, Chow looks like she has full control over second place, but we're about midway into the race, and that could change. We saw that in the last heat as well. Coming in hot with Sivak at the last 50. They touch up 1, 2, and 3 again in the same order, but the times are getting a little slower, especially for Salvatore in lane 2, as we see a lot of others challenging, especially Cons from Kane in lane 6 as well, starting to make up some ground.
And that lead for Pennington just continues to increase by a shoulder length. It feels every time I look down.
Chow is putting in a great race here to really hold fast to second place. Coming back strong with Salvatore on the back half of that, but she's dipped down to fourth as Cons in lane 6, as we mentioned, making up some ground. Right now, she stands for the bronze medal. Pennington is going to come in, and right now her only challenge is beating her own time. Chow has a big advantage in second place, and so it's a battle for the bronze. And look for Cons, McMullen, and Salvatore in a chase, but Cons in lane 6. Can she hold on? She does. 2:05.62 achieves the bronze medal over Salvatore at 2:05.92, but Pennington turns in a 1:58.84 time.
Better than her record, so that's the new NJAC record after her prelim time today. What a job by Olivia Chow, going from 2:07.24 to 2:01.90.
Wow.
That is beyond impressive.
Almost 6 full seconds. That's amazing.
Yeah. So when you talk about how you want to approach Ella Pennington, you just do exactly what she does pretty much. You got really close to a time that she's able to put on. That is a B cut in the 200 backstroke as well.
Yeah, and, again, we don't know, what's going on in Chow's mind coming into that race, John, and if it was her intention all along to really go all out and she knew she can get to a 2:01 or a 2 minutes flat. But, the awards podium. I thought they were starting diving. I was getting nervous. But again, if it was indeed Pennington that was really pushing her and Chow wanting to stay close to her feet or close to her wake, then, that's a great job of pacing, staying just off the mark, and she was only 3 seconds there. Feeling that water from Pennington being, around you, hey, that might help. Maybe she owes her a thank you. We'll see.
She probably does. I'm sure they're going to be very appreciative. And, again, I'm sure Pennington is happy to see someone. Oh, now you're finally close to my time, Olivia, now. So that's great to see.
And we'll see if they have to dip into the B cuts for NCAAs. They might see each other there.
Exactly. And I'm sure they might not be too far from each other in terms of the lanes now that Chow got that great of a time. But we'll get the awards coming up here, and we'll hand it a little bit. But you got the men's 100-yard freestyle coming up after this as well.
Yeah, so this one will be probably our quickest swim of the night, the 100 free in both the men's and the women's. We got a couple of B cuts already achieved on the men's side, another one on the women's side as well, but that'll be attainable, we'll see, for a couple of others here. B cut time in the 100 free, John, is 44.97, just under 45. and Fedorenko had a just over 45 time. Owen Brewer from Salisbury had a just over 45 second time. So at the end of this next race, there's a possibility we can have 3, 4, maybe even 5 beat cuts achieved here in the pool.
And we've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of, we get back to the race, there's a couple prelim beat cuts, and then you see a race like, again, the freestyles have been pretty good to the NJAC right here. You have the star, and again, the NJAC record of 43.55 belongs to James McChesney from TCNJ a couple years ago. The beat cut, like you mentioned, is 44.97. MJ Hoban has really done a great job in challenging some of these records throughout this race. He had a 1994 in the 50 a while ago, which was just a wildly impressive number. But now you get to the 100-yard freestyle. Again, we'll get into the bonus finals and the consolation finals as well. But a very quick race here coming up, and we get the podium. There's some awards are also given out.
I'm going to go change our camera angle for our diving so our diving stream viewers can watch our warm-ups.
And you got to hit record. Get that going. Get the award presentations of the podium, as those will be handed out all throughout the night. And again, diving begins at approximately 7 o'clock, so if you're tuning in while you're waiting for diving, we are still awaiting the beginning of our dive portion, and we'll have that for you on our other channel here for the PDF Sports Network. That's coming up. So we still have those 3-meter women's diving finals. That's going to be very exciting. Still plenty of also fantastic races left to go. And our championship final, our final day of the 2026 NJAC Championships for swimming and diving. It's been a great week and a great weekend, and coming to a conclusion here on this Sunday, day after Valentine's Day. So welcome back, David Pizzuto, our famed cameraman.
We wear many hats here on the PDF Sports Network. We are a team of 2.
Just 2.
Bringing you 3 camera angles, multiple scoreboards.
Customer service agents.
And all that. Customer service agents is right. But regardless of having to navigate some of the pay-per-view issues that we've had pop up here and there, we got to thank our team at Boxcast for hosting our pay-per-view, and all of you at home who paid the money for this. All the proceeds that are generated here do not go to the PDF Sports Network. They go to the NJAC and to support the conference, to support the athletes. So when you're buying a ticket, when you're telling others to do the same, you're really supporting these athletes and supporting championships like this and the ability to stream them and to do all the multiple great things that they do for these athletes once they're here. So thank you very much, all of you at home, for tuning in and signing up.
And quick races like this, that's how you get your money's worth right here.
Yes,
these 100 freestyles can be really exciting.
And you take us through it, John.
Let's get through it. We'll get the names for you. This race is too quick for me to read 8 names right now because we're started here, 12 seconds through, trying to see exactly where this race lies. It is very even as we get into the first portion of this 100 freestyle. First kick goes to Potts in first place at the moment. Wachendorfer in second place in lane 5. Polavchik in lane 6 at third place right now. We've got a very, very close one. Potts from Salisbury holding on to fourth place to kick things off in the bonus finals of the 100 freestyle. Working on lane 4. Potts trying to see if he can win this one. The end for Salisbury he does with exactly 46 seconds. Wachendorfer in second with 46.86. Warner in third with 47.07. 47.19 for Polavchik. Fifth for Swede in lane 7. And Lasko in lane 1 will take 6th place. Gilmet in lane 2 will take 7th place here. And Wojciechowicz will take 8th place with a 48.50.
You know, it's amazing. If Potts runs a 46 during prelims, he's in the championship final heat.
Right. I've seen a lot of that.
And he's in lane, 6 or 3. Or 4 or 2, I mean.
Right, it wasn't like he had the top time in the bonus finals. He was also closer to the lower end of the rung right there. And he had a fantastic race. In the consolation finals in heat number 2, Brandon Harvey in lane 1 for Mary Washington. Temo Regakos in lane 2 for Salisbury. Restore for Mary Washington in lane 3. Josh Oliveira for Rowan. Michael DeSimone in lane 5. Drew Westhoven in lane 6. Bobby Freese in lane 7. Mason Parksies in lane 8 for the Rowan Profs. As the first kick continues here, we have a very even one again. We got a great race. Keep an eye on lane 7 and 8. We got Freese and Parksies over there, swimming strong next to each other, but Storer will end up hanging on to first place right now in lane 3. Second place, you've got DeSimone in lane 5 from Salisbury. The Seagull soaring through the pool at the moment. Waiting on the kickback now as we approach the end of this one in the consolation finals. A big heat for everyone here at the NJAC Championships. Who will finish out in first place for this one? It will be Storer from Mary Washington. Second for DeSimone. In third, Timo Rigakos. Westhoven in fourth place in lane 6. Fifth place goes to Harvey in the first lane. Oliveira in sixth place. Seventh goes to Friesen Parksees in eighth place. First place with a time of 45.79, and he would have been in the championship finals at that time.
He would have, but again, Potts in the bonus round, better time than everybody in the consolation. So what a run for him. Don't mean to take anything away from this race that we just saw, because it was awesome. I mean, you know, eight swimmers separated by less than a second, but wow. I mean, that Potts run, I'm still thinking about it. I mean, it's a great run.
Mason Potts, a fantastic day for him right there. And again, yeah, you can't let that go by the wayside when you see that in the bonus finals. No, I'm
46 flat, yeah, and the bonus.
Yeah, one of probably his best career race, if you could imagine. What a great one for him, Mason Potts from Salisbury and the Seagulls, who have had a fantastic day on the men's side. They're currently leading in the women's side by a great margin as well. That'll bring us to our championship finals with Sam Mahoney in lane 1 and Sam Roundtree in lane 2, both from Mary Washington. Max Fedorenko in lane 3 from Merchant Marine Academy. MJ Hoban from TC&J in the fourth lane. James Augustin, lane 5 from Roger Williams, but those last two made B cuts. Owen Brewer in lane 6 for Salisbury. John Frank in lane 7 for Merchant Marine Academy, and Bradley Frank in our 8th lane for the TC&J Lions as the championship finals of the 100-yard freestyle. The record, the NJAC legend, James McChesney, 43.55. The B cut is 44.97. A cut, just to mention it, 43.15. We do have a 44.08 time, so got to look at it.
And that was Hoban's during preliminaries, who won the preliminary heats by about 0.8 of a second, which is pretty sizable when you think about it. But again, you have Fedorenko in lane 3, 45.04, and you have Brewer in lane 6 at 45.08, just missing B cuts. If they cut their times by 0.1 of a second, they're in. So let's see not only if they make that cut, but who gets to stand on the podium.
Medal opportunities, B-cut opportunities. Horn fires. The favorite, obviously, MJ Hoban, but some great athletes behind him, even on the first kick. Hoban gets there.
Even Roundtree got off to a great start in lane 2.
We'll see if he can continue to hold the pace. Right now it's Hoban along with Brewer. Brewer working through. Who's going to get there for first place? It'll be Hoban right now, but holding on, Fedorenko, 0.05 of a second for him. In third, it'll be Roundtree. That's your top three. MJ Hoban, what a way to watch out for him. Hoban is flying right now in the fourth lane. He is ahead. Still catching up, though, is Augustin and the other swimmers in 6, 7, and 8. MJ Hoban approaching hard, swimming fast, gets there with a 44.08. Second goes to Fedorenko. Third for Augustin. Brewer in fourth. Fifth goes to Roundtree, who swam well in the beginning. Sixth goes to Frank. Mahoney in seventh, and Frank in eighth.
And the B-cut time, 44.97, achieved by Fedorenko. And Hoban already had it, so Fedorenko joins the party with the B-cuts. Augustin had done it prior and was off of his mark, 45.10.
MJ Hoban got the exact same time.
Right, wow.
As his preliminary.
Yeah. That's hard to do.
So I'm sure he wanted to beat it, but if you could do that again, got a consistent swimmer. Great race by Hoban, just doing the exact same thing he did.
And a great race by Fedorenko as well. I mean, my eyes were on him pretty much from the jump because he got a great jump in the pool. I was looking for him to try to make that B-cut. No, that's the diving broadcast. We have a separate one for swimming. They said it changed. Yeah, because they're watching the warm-up for diving. That's a diving stream.
Ashlyn Diedrich in lane 1 for the women's 100-yard freestyle. Valeria Pajes lane 2. Maddie Timmons in lane 3. Katie Mazzocco in 4. Liliana Kubal in 5. Barbara Mora in lane 6. Maddie Wishnow in 7. Mary Kate Owens in lane number 8 for the women's 100-yard freestyle in the 2026 NJAC Championships and our bonus finals.
Here we go.
Way to see the first splits. Wishnow in first place at the moment with Kubal in second. Third hanging on with Mazzocco. We'll see if Wishnow can hold on to the 7th lane for Montclair State at a 55-18 heading into this race.
Yeah, the top two finishers here were within 4 100ths of a second. We should see a heated race here in lanes 4 and 5. However, the entire field almost in unison.
It'll be Mazzacco finishing in the 4th lane in first place. Pajes in second for lane 2. Third place, we got a tie for second actually between Mora and Pajes. 4th place going to Timmons. 5th with Owens. 6th with Diedrich. And Wishnow in 7th.
Yeah, Kubal finishing well off of her mark, but still a great race. Once again, everybody within about a second of one another as we get ready for the consolation final.
Consolation final will be Megan Fallon in lane 1 for Mary Washington, Claire Dombrowski in lane 2 for Roger Williams, Sarah Brown in the 3rd lane for Mary Washington, Isabel Lunsford in the 4th lane for Merchant Marine Academy, Sami Taylor in the 5th lane for Ramapo, Catherine Geyer in the 6th lane for Montclair State University, Caitlin McGuire for Salisbury in lane 7, Avery Benini for Roger Williams in the 8th lane. For the second round, the second heat, the consolation finals of the women's 100-yard freestyle. And they are off as the horn sounds. Approaching the first part of this race. Like we had basically a tie in lanes 4, 5, and 6 with Lunsford, Taylor, and Geyer. But look at 7 and 8 with McGuire and Benini also swimming strong in the back end of this pool. It'll be McGuire in first at the moment with Taylor in second. Not much separating them. 25-56 for Geyer in 3rd place. It's a big race for 1st and 2nd and 3rd at the moment.
Yeah.
Lunsford's still there for 4th place as well. Big kick in the 4th lane. Looks like Lunsford, but Taylor right there as well. You've got McGuire in lane 7 working hard too. So we approach the end of this one. Heat 2 of the 100 free. Who's going to end up in first? It'll be Taylor. 53-61. Second going to Dombrowski. 3rd with Lunsford. 4th, 54-04 for Brown. Geyer in 5th place. McGuire in 6th. 7th for Fallon. And Benini in 8th.
Yeah, just a very feverish race there. 54-80 for the 8th swimmer. 53-60 for the first. Less than a second differential. And those swimmers right in the middle. Just really a dogfight there in the middle lanes.
It was absolutely a dogfight. That's what we've seen all day. So we'll get to the championship finals of our race here.
Yep.
In the 100-yard freestyle. The championship finals. And Carr in lane 1 for Mary Washington. Lex Hilty in lane 2 for Salisbury. Rowan O'Donoghue in lane 3 for Salisbury as well. Brayla Wilson for Kane, who already made a beat cut in the 4th lane. Kitty Moy Jacobs in the 5th lane for Mary Washington. Emma Bellars, the senior for Kane in lane 6. Rachel Rickabaugh in lane 7 for Salisbury. Rourke Peralta for Montclair State in this championship final. Brayla Wilson had a 51-24. That is an NJAC record and made a beat cut for herself. But some big chances here as well. You got some beat cut times, hopefully, maybe, for Kitty Moy Jacobs, who had a 52-17. Emma Bellars in a big senior day for her. You got to shave about a second off for both of those swimmers, but could be one of your final races.
Yeah, and very, very similar to Pennington in the last race, right? You'd like to think that Braylon Wilson is swimming against herself here. Can she break her own record set in preliminaries? She was about a second better than everybody else in the field here, so she is a little bit of the odds-on favorite here. It's not to say, however, that Moy Jacobs can't challenge O'Donoghue as well, about a second off of her time. But it will be a battle for the medals, as once again, this is one of those races where even the outside lanes can figure in here.
It's been a big meet for Rowan O'Donoghue.
Yeah.
And this could be one of those moments where someone like her, she is a freshman, where she can stand out and make a name for herself over there in lane 3. We'll see how this one turns out, but right now it is Braylon Wilson swimming strong in the 4th lane at the moment, but a great job by Peralta right now in lane number 8. Getting ahead a good bit. Yeah. Braylon Wilson still swimming hard with Rickabaugh in the 7th lane, also doing well. Braylon Wilson ends up catching back up, though, in the 4th lane with 24-44 on her first split. Rowan O'Donoghue holding on to 2nd right now, just behind Braylon Wilson, 3rd with Peralta. And now the next kick, it is still Braylon Wilson, but O'Donoghue right there with her for right now. Kitty Moy Jacobs hanging strong.
Challenge from lane 3 with O'Donoghue.
Rowan O'Donoghue catching up here. How will this one end? It will be Rowan O'Donoghue getting past Braylon Wilson. She finishes in second. Kitty Moy Jacobs in third. Fourth going to Bellars. Rickabaugh in fifth. Sixth with Peralta. Hilty in seventh. And Carr in eighth. Rowan O'Donoghue getting past Braylon Wilson. And that is your NJAC record, breaking Braylon Wilson's time and a beat cut.
A new record, a beat cut time as well for her, so congratulations. That's an excellent job right there for Rowan O'Donoghue, who's, like John mentioned, going into the race, has had a sensational meet and just continues to add to it here. A gold medal performance there. Braylon Wilson, great race, great race, but just off the mark and comes up with the silver.
Right, it was a great race by Braylon Wilson. It wasn't like
Absolutely,
she tapered off of her original time at all. Rowan O'Donoghue just had one of the races of her life in this meet, and it's been great for the NJAC. For Rowan O'Donoghue, has been a fantastic story to follow from Salisbury. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes you could do everything right, and it's still not enough. And Wilson has had a great day. She set the record earlier during prelims, and now again, we'll have to settle for the silver.
That we will. And it will bring up the breaststroke after that.
Wonder if we're on a little bit of a break here, John. I'm not quite sure. Let me go check our psych sheets.
Look at this one. We just double check our schedules to see exactly where we're supposed to be at the moment. Because we do know diving is set to happen at some point throughout the night, the Women's River Diving Championship. They have been warming up all throughout. And again, that will be on our diving stream. Once that does happen, we have the swimming on this stream. If you're looking for diving, that will be happening soon enough on the other side.
Oh, they're pausing for awards now, John.
These are awards. As the podium gets approaching, I don't know if we maybe have a...
Yeah, we don't have a schedule here, although we could get one without an issue.
We find a way, Dave.
Yes, we do.
We'll obviously keep you updated once we find out any information about these races.
And again, we had some confusion here earlier. Those of you who were tuned in to the diving pool were watching swimming for a spell. But now that the divers are warming up in the pool, we have shifted the diving stream exclusively to diving now. So you'll get to watch them warming up, and then you'll get to watch the diving from the diving stream. If you want to see the swim events, you see them right here on the swim stream and the main pool. You get our play-by-play, you get the scoreboard, and you get the full, breadth of the swimming pool. And so if you were watching the diving stream for swimming, we apologize for the bad angle, and if you thought that was the official stream for our swimming events, but they were not.
Right. Hope everybody's found our stream.
I think by now in day 4, I think most people have it down, and we have it down as well, knowing where we're going to be and who's doing which stream and what cameras where and all that other good stuff. So, and again, we thank the great people here at the Aquaplex for helping us out. In case you missed some of our earlier broadcasts, John and I were here on Wednesday setting up the pool for what we had to do, and the people in the Aquaplex were so gracious to us, letting us really close the place down.
Yeah.
Because by the time we were done, most of the staff had gone home and we're all done with their day. But they've been aces all weekend long, so we thank them.
And they're going to have to do it again tonight because, when you set something up, that means you got to take it back down.
Yes.
So
but takedown's always easier.
It's always a lot easier because there's not as much to figure out. It's just how do we get everything into these boxes?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's a very it's like what do they call it? Tetris?
Yeah, Tetris. Yeah, Tetris.
Right.
It's a similar concept, wrapping wires and putting it all back together. But yeah, just big thank you to everyone involved, and we still have plenty left to go, and we'll obviously give a big thank you at the end to everybody. But it's been fantastic to be here all week long and all weekend long, and we have our 200.
Yeah, 200 breaststroke.
Yep, breaststroke coming
followed by the fly, and then we'll break for diving after that.
Yep.
So again, when we do break for diving, folks, this swimming stream, will have a banner up on it on the bottom of your screen that we'll be on a break, and then you could switch over to our diving stream and catch the final diving. There'll be 8 divers on the women's 3-meter platforms attempting 6 dives. And then medals will be awarded for diving as well, and that'll come at the end of this meet.
Before we get that, we got the men's 200-yard breaststroke. 3 heats for this one. The bonus, consolation, and championship. Trevor Dash in lane 1 for Merchant Marine Academy. James Bygett in lane 2 for Rowan. Will Bonvisuto in lane 3 for Roger Williams. Jim Mahoney in lane 4 for Rowan. Preston Buckingham in the 5th lane for Merchant Marine Academy. 2 Salisbury Seagulls, Michael Palos and Griffin Harris in lane 6 and 7. Ryan Iannone in lane 8 for Roger Williams, Dave.
Yep. Jim Mahoney had a good run there in lane 4. Finished at 2:07.38, but not far behind him was the Mariner Preston Buckingham, who finished at 2:07.82, and they are in the pool. So once again, 200 underway in the breaststroke, and we'll see how they come in and out of these turns here. We do have some fans who are standing up in front of us here who have blocked our lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and now 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So the whole pool, Dave.
So we'll go with our television screen and our scoreboard here in the facility to try to get you some results, and then after this event, we'll ask these folks to step away. Oh, one of them did.
Might have hurt you.
All right. So it looks like our center lanes are right now in control here. Mahoney along with Buckingham are kind of neck and neck. Look out up top. Trevor Dash in lane 7, definitely pushing the field as well. In fact, he's in second place, and right behind him was Buckingham in 3rd. Harris in lane 2, one to look out for too in 4th place.
Mahoney a good 31.62 on his split, really leading the pack right now in that 4th lane.
As they approach the bulkhead for the 3rd out of 4 times here. Popping up out of the pool in lane 5. Once again, Buckingham looks like he's leading the way, but now coming on strong, Jim Mahoney looking to put that distance between him and Buckingham, and does with a great split there. Buckingham in 2nd, Dash continues to pace in 3rd, and now he's being approached by Salick in lane 8. Good body length behind there, but was good for 4th place. Here we go, last turn, the kick off the wall. First one there was Mahoney. He's ahead by about a beat and a half. Got a sizable lead here, but Buckingham in lane 5 looking to hold on here for 2nd in this one. Dash fading a little bit behind Buckingham, and he will take 3rd by a hair over Salick in lane 8. Harris finishes in 5th in lane 2. 6th was Bygett in lane 6. And then we have Iannone in lane 1, followed by Bonvisuto in lane 3 in 8th place.
And Mahoney ends up winning that one with a 2:06.16, a big race for him in the 200-yard breaststroke.
Yep.
Shaves down his time of 2:07.38 to take 1st place in our bonus finals right here.
By over a second and a half as we get ready for the consolation.
In the consolation finals, we've got Luke Austin in lane 1, Roger Williams 3 straight right here for Roger Williams. Cam Hogg in lane 2, and Alex Weisenbacher in lane 3. Michael O'Leary in lane 4. Ira Boryauchensky for Mary Washington in lane 5. Will Berkey in lane 6 for Mary Washington. Aiden Lohr in lane 7 for Salisbury. And Milo Stefanowicz for Roger Williams in lane 8.
All right, and they are off. Cam Hogg got off to a great start in lane 2, but we'll see who comes out, who pops out first here. Indeed, it is lane 5 right now. Boryauchensky. Look out for lane 7 as well. Lohr doing a great job, and he's challenging and pushing 27-20 split. 2/10 off the leader right now in lane 5. They continue to pace back and forth. Lanes 5 and 7 bobbing up and down at nearly the same time, off the wall at exactly the same time. We'll see if they can hold as we approach the halfway point of this race. Over here in the near lanes, they are pretty much even 1 through 3. But it is Boryauchensky in first, followed by Lohr in lane 7 in second. O'Leary has narrowed the gap in lane 4. He's now in third in this heat.
Big race right now for Boryauchensky.
But look out for O'Leary. He is gaining fast on the top two. It's been Buryachensky and Lohr the entire way. They're going to get challenged here by O'Leary. I don't know if he can clear this much of a gap, and it looks like Lohr is challenging for first in the heat. He won't make it there. Buryachensky will take it, followed by Lohr. O'Leary narrowed the gap enough to finish third in that heat for Rowan. But we are still moving strong into the final turns. On that last kick, synchronized swimming in lanes 4 and 5 now as O'Leary has narrowed the gap, and now 1 through 3, they are in a dead heat. Buryachensky looks like he still has a slim lead in lane 4. Can he take it? And he does. 2:04.10 over 2:04.14. A 4/100ths of a second win in that heat for Buryachensky. Great run for the Mary Washington swimmer.
Igor Buryachensky, what a race by him. Really just held that lead the entire way. O'Leary, again, 400ths of a second. I thought Lohr was going to get in there at the end there in lane 7, but very close. 1, 2, 3 in our consolation finals, but that'll bring up the championship finals. In lane number 1, you got Patrick Clementi from Rowan, Luke Dankert from Merchant Marine Academy. In lane 2, Daniel Negron from DCNJ. In lane 3, Dominic Kazi. In lane 4, for Salisbury, Jonathan Zimmer. In our 5th lane for Mary Washington, Tyler McGeehan from TCNJ. In lane 6, Brady Wolf. In lane 7, for Salisbury, and Gabe Beverini for TCNJ in lane 8.
So 4/100ths of a second separated Kazi from Zimmer in prelims. Kazi came in at 2:02.51. Zimmer came in at 2:02.55. B-cut time is 2 minutes flat, 92. So they'll have to shave a considerable amount to achieve B-cut time, but this should be a heated race. And let's not forget about Negron, who came in at 2:02.70, and Tyler McGeehan, who came in at 2:02.71. So 1/100th of a second. If these times hold, you're looking at a razor-thin gold, silver, and bronze here in this race.
And big TCNJ moment. 3 TCNJ Lions in this pool. They've got a Rowan Prof in there with Clementi. Merchant Marine Academy, Salisbury, Mary Washington rounding the rest out. But big for TCNJ. Obviously, they have a huge lead right now in these finals, and another championship moment for them. They've medaled a lot. They're going to bring a lot of gold home back to the College of New Jersey. So another opportunity for them here with 3 swimmers.
Yeah, to build on that big lead, but also the race for the medals here. You'd like to think, according to prelim times, you got 4 involved in the top 3. Who is it going to be? Here we go, as we're off on the first 25. Coming up first out of the pool was Zimmer. Zimmer looks like he will reach the wall just a half second after McGeehan in lane 6, who right now seems like he's pacing the crew through the first 50. And indeed, he will touch first. Zimmer second, followed closely by Kazi in third. Negron less than a half second off the lead there in fourth. But right now it's lane 6, 5, and 4 who are pushing each other. And once again, McGeehan comes off the wall first. The Lion is on the way to the first 100, and he's got a pretty good lead here. We're talking about three-quarters of a body length.
Beat cut's going to be tough at 2 minutes, .92, but that's a great start right there for McGeehan and crew.
Yep, the only sub-30-second split that time as we now approach the second half of this race. Coming on strong now in lane 4 is Kazi, trying to narrow the gap on Zimmer. Zimmer does reach the wall first, not by much, however, as Kazi has made up some ground. Building on his lead, however, is McGeehan. He's turning in a great race, flying now through these next 50. Just over the 30-second split time, but he's building on his lead. Zimmer and Kazi, second and third right now. Trailing is Beverini in fourth. And he's down in lane 8, so keep an eye on him and whether he chooses to close, because he is right now. I think he got in just ahead of Negron in lane 3. Looks ahead. This race is totally McGeehan's at this point. Turns in a beauty, and he'll make a 1:58.18 mark, followed by Zimmer with silver and Kazi with third. at 2:02:15. So beat cut a reality for McGeehan, and the Lion achieves it with a sensational mark of 1:58:18, the only sub-2-minute time in the pool.
And if Ryan Van de Veen is watching, well, his record just got broken in the 200-yard breaststroke at 1:58:76. McGeehan gets a 1:58:18. So
Wow.
record, a B cut, and TCNJ another gold.
And that is a full 4 seconds ahead of his prelim time and change. Sensational run. That time by Tyler McGeehan, and TCNJ continues to impress in the pool here on the men's side.
And that brings us to the women's side of the 200-yard breaststroke. In the bonus finals, we'll start off with Grace Corey in lane 1 for Ramapo. In lane 2, Rachel Ushan for Montclair State. Katie Antonoff in lane 3 for William Patterson. Brooke Irons in lane 4 for Roger Williams. Kate Barone for TCNJ in the 5th lane. Maddie Christon in lane 6 for Mary Washington. Anna Seguio-Lepinin in lane 7 for Montclair State. And Delaney Catlin for Merchant Marine Academy in our 8th lane.
Pretty sizable gap between the top and the bottom times here in this leg of the race. In the bonus heat, about 9-second differential between Irons' time for Roger Williams, 2:33.95. And we'll see if she gets challenged here. Kate Barone turned in a time of 2:34.85. About a second off.
Our bonus finals. Decent separation from the bonus finals to the rest of our racers here. We'll see if anyone kind of surprises us and cuts down some times. We saw that in a lot of our other races where this is kind of the end and you come out strong in your last race potentially of the week.
And in the pool they go, and they are off. And immediately coming up first was Grayson and Maddie in lane 6. But first to the wall and touching up was Irons. And so far through the first 50 here, they look pretty break even up and down the pool. Trailing a little bit is lane 1 with Grace Corey. Otherwise, they are neck and neck through 50 predominantly. It was Ushan in lane 2 who took the first split. 34 seconds, just north of that.
2 and 3 are right there, though.
Yeah.
To the second and third. Christon in third with 43.20.
Now, Ushan and Irons got to the wall pretty much in unison here. We'll see if Irons starts to turn it up as we approach the second time on the bulkhead and midway through this race. Irons does have a little bit of a gap of a lead now. She touches in first with a great split, followed by Ushan in lane 2 and Antonoff in lane 3. Barone holding steady in 4th place. 5th, 6th, and 7th belongs to lane 6, 7, and 8. Irons continues to build on her lead here. Off the wall again. Kind of a late push off the wall, though, so might have lost a half second on that turn, and making up a little bit of the gap was Barone in lane 5. And now she's pushing here. Through the first 150, Barone is going to start challenging. The Lion in the pool, as her teammates have done, closing the gap. In second place by just a hair here, Ushan falls to 3rd place. Is there enough in the tank here for Barone to challenge Irons? She beat her on the wall last time here, John. Let's see how they approach the wall this time. Yeah, Barone got there first and got the push. And she's going to use that to take a little bit of a lead here.
Got a good kick on it, too.
Very good. Got to the wall a little bit late, did Irons. And let's see, it will cost her. And in this bonus final here, it looks like it will be Barone topping out the field, 2:31.36. Followed by Irons' 2:33.30. And Seguilo-Lepinin, all the way in lane 7, was able to close the gap with a strong final split of just north of 40 seconds, 2:36.16 to take 3rd in that heat.
Came down to it again. It was that just kick off the wall, and Barone got a fantastic jump out there, and that guided her to first place and gave her a pretty good edge over everybody else, too, for first and all the way through second. 2:33.20 for Irons. And 2:31.36 the final time for Barone here in this 200-yard butterfly.
It's so interesting, John, because we spend so much time talking about the strokes and we forget about that turn. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about the kick turns, the flip turns, and crucial here as we head into the consolation.
The breaststroke in the consolation finals, Isabella Saltar from Rowan in lane 1, and Penny Curran in lane 2 from Montclair State. Victoria Zwin in lane 3 from Kane. Caitlin Gowland in lane 4 from TCJ. Maddie McIntyre in lane 5. Jessica Felsky in lane 6. Anna Gallagher in lane 7 from Roger Williams. Sadie Crispel in lane 8 from Montclair State.
All right, we'll see how these shake out here. Again, pretty sizable differences between the top and the bottom of this field, but a couple of sub-230s here achieved during prelims. We'll see how they can build on that.
There's a lot to build on, and obviously the championship finals a bit further away from them, but we've seen a lot of time shaved off.
It's like McIntyre is just ahead of lane 3's win. And it is Zwin taking first right now through the first 50, followed by McIntyre, and then in the middle of them both is Golan in third place, lane 4.
32.86 for McIntyre, so still within reach right now.
Zwin is building on the lead a little bit, however, as she is easily the first to the wall here and looks to complete the first half of this race on top.
Kane looking to get some higher places here. This is a big opportunity for them as a program for Zwin.
Big, long strokes in lane 6 for Felsky as she's narrowing the gap now and really putting on some heat. Felsky moves up to 5th. McIntyre falls to 4th. Saltar now takes 3rd. Golan in 2nd. Zwin still in 1st. Zwin popped out after the turn kind of early, John, and she kind of lost some seconds there. Let's see how she approaches this turn.
Still gets there.
Still gets there. Let's see when she pops out. She pops out a little quicker than the rest of the field, and that's where Golan has narrowed the gap. And it looks like Golan has taken over first place. Being pushed, however, Zwin is still there with her. And it will be Golan taking over first. Zwin drops to 2nd.
39.33 from Zwin. So a fall off there.
Saltar in lane 1, who's obstructed from our view, actually came in 3rd there. So we'll have to keep our eye on her. And she's actually turning in a good performance. At the wall, reaching first is Golan. And she gets another good turn out of this. Can McIntyre close the gap in lane 5? We'll have to see. In lane 1, once again, Saltar turning up the heat. As they approach the bulkhead and the wall, it will be McIntyre. She was able to do it, John. You could see her coming on strong in lane 5, and we lose visual with about the last 1/8 of the pole, and she was able to make up the difference, winning that one by 7/100ths of a second over Golan in 2nd, Zwin in 3rd.
And it was that one real early time that she came up. She did it twice, but it was that one time that allowed them to gain a big advantage. She could have shaved off, 500th of a second and could have won that race if she was able to stay down a little longer in that one. So came right down to it. And that brings us to our championship finals of the 200-yard breaststroke with Riley Cornell in lane 1 for Rowan, Samantha Watson in lane 2 for Salisbury, Abby Burns in lane 3 for Kane, Mackenzie Gula and Maddie Powell in lanes 4 and 5 for Salisbury, Marianne Tassinari in lane 6 for Montclair State, Kira Brown for lane 7 and Salisbury, Soleil Clifford in lane 8.
So pretty sizable difference between 1st and 8th in the pool, 5 seconds during preliminaries, but Gula over Powell, 0.2 of a second better. So we'll see if they can narrow that gap or build on those. Both will have to improve in order to take medals here and stand at that podium.
Again, there's a lot that can happen in this one. You've got, again, like you mentioned, Gula. Marianne Tassinari's had a strong meet. Could shave off a second or 2 there at the end of this race. With Montclair State kind of looking for a big win. They want to get to the podium, but Salisbury's been dominant all throughout this meet, all throughout this week, so it's just another moment of consistency for them. They feel probably they have Samantha Watson for Salisbury as well, so 3 Seagulls in this pool right now in this championship final.
Yep, and keep your eyes on lanes 2 and 3 as Watson and Burns have turned in some pretty good performances here Can they challenge and shave off enough of their time to challenge for a medal here? Based on where they're positioned, they have the outside shot at one. It's going to take a good race. They're in the pool. Getting off to a nice start was Cornell, just under us in lane 1, but we'll see. Popping out first. Lane 5 right now with Powell was leading the pack. We'll see if she can hold it into the turn. First to reach there, however, was Gula. And popping out, Gula and Powell almost in unison, and they are shoulder to shoulder. Not much of a lead, especially in lane 8 with Clifford really coming on strong as well. And it is Cornell right below us that takes first after the first 50, followed by Gula and Powell.
Cornell is swimming really strong right now. She's gaining a shoulder lead at the moment. See if she gets there on the turn, though.
Yeah, and right now Gula had a really good split there along with Cornell. They met at the wall almost in unison. See how much they can get into their, how much breath they can get into their lungs as they go under. But right now, Gula doing a good job of pushing here. Cornell continues to push as well in lane 1, and once again wins that leg halfway through. She's in first place, followed by Gula and Burns. Look out for Powell in lane 5. She's in 4th. She could turn it up.
Cornell and Gula really battling. Very similar splits right here. We'll see how they turn, though.
At the wall once again, just mirror images of each other. And in lane 3, pushing hard is Burns. But right now, lanes 1 and 4 holding pace here through the first 150.
Powell moving strong, too, in lane 5.
Yes, she is. We noted that before. And does she have enough to overtake? And she did. She's now in first. Gula in second. Cornell drops to third with Burns again pushing in 4th. Burns pushing on Gula now in the next lane over. As we reach the final turn of the wall, this will be critical. It looks like Powell got there first, just a hair in front of Gula as they reach the final length of the pool here. Midway through, fans get on their feet. Powell in lane 5, being challenged in lane 1 by Cornell and Gula. Who will it be? Coming in first, it will be Powell. Completes it with Cornell taking the silver, and Burns, like we mentioned, turning it up and getting the bronze medal for the Cougars, and Gula falling behind to 4th, and Salisbury cannot get 2 on the podium.
We don't see B cuts for there and right. Like you mentioned, can't get 2 on the podium. Kane's able to get 1 as well as Rowan in a big moment for them. But what a job by Powell. Powell had to hang back a little bit and then just struck on that second part of the race. So big one for Salisbury, able to get in there. Have some more honorees at the podium as well. But yeah, no B cuts, but Gula, who you maybe kind of expected to win that race, was approaching that. Really the first couple legs there, wasn't able to hang on. A great job by Maddie Powell, her teammate, to steal that away.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying, John? It's not how you start, it's how you finish, right?
I'm surprised it took us that long to say it, as long as we have as many races as we've done at this point. And we'll have event number 36 coming up in just a couple of moments, the men's 200-yard butterfly.
I will be honest, out of all of us on PDF, I think you and I use the least amount of puns or cliches. I know we have others that like to go to the well a little bit.
I go to the well.
Especially with the puns, but...
Well, the thing about we know how to make it so they're subtle. You know, they don't notice the puns. Some people make the puns a little too direct.
Yeah, a little subtext.
You got to find a way to sneak it in there, and then someone thinks about it 10 minutes later and goes, oh, I get it now.
Right.
That's what we do. But get the honorees for the freestyles right here, and again, we'll have shots of the main podiums at the end of everything when this ends up wrapping up later in the night. So
yeah, and again, we guessed it would be about 7 p.m. when diving would go off, and right now it's 12 minutes to 7, so we were close, but we are going to have the 200 butterfly coming up for both the men and the women, so 6 heats there, and then we are going to have a break here for 3-meter diving on the women's side. And again, just another housekeeping item, if you are looking for diving, and if you want to catch diving, you'll have to switch over to the other stream that's going on now, the diving stream. Right now they're in warm-ups. And when we have time for competition, when it comes time for competition, they'll be on the boards there on our diving stream, and then we'll bring it back here for the final swimming event, which will be the relay event to close things out here.
I mean, the end of this whole week fastly approaching right here.
Yeah.
These races, again, you got a lot of the quick 200s and the 100. They move. They go quick. It's 6 heats, but they will go pretty quickly. They've done a great job just kind of letting this event flow, too, with the NJAC Championship. So event number 36, though, we'll just introduce the men's 200-yard butterfly in the bonus finals as some of these awards and honorees are being introduced. We have Jared Gaynor in lane 1 for Montclair State University, A.J. Green in lane 2 for Mary Washington, Drew Hebert in lane 3 for Roger Williams, Larry Amarienzo in lane 4 for Mary Washington, and Dylan Gourlay in lane 5 for Roger Williams, Doric Evjimin in lane 6 for Ramapo, and Evan Shelton in lane 7 for Mary Washington, Brendan Baser for the Merchant Marine Academy in lane number 8 for the butterfly.
John, I have to be honest, butterfly is my favorite stroke.
Really?
It's
okay.
like, yeah, I mean, everybody loves the freestyle, obviously, and the speed and the sprinting there, and, can't really beat that during the Olympic Games. But the butterfly is just it's a beautiful stroke. It's, most people say it's not as difficult as the breaststroke, but it's just great to watch. And when you're clearing so much water with every stroke that you get these guys, they almost look like they're like planking on the water in certain ways. So I'm going to enjoy your call of it.
For sure. And the best photographs I've ever seen in swimming, it's always the butterfly.
Yeah.
Every time.
It's a very photogenic.
It is.
Very photogenic stroke.
As is a butterfly.
Yep.
As we have the 200 butterfly. First bonus finals of this first heat. We will have the women's coming up after as well. The 3 heats of the men's final. The 200 fly, this is the bonus final. The butterfly. The gorgeous swimming stroke. We await the horn here on the PDF Sports Network here for the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships. And they are off here to kick things off right here. Working now in lane number 2 is Green. Trying to make things happen on the other side, though, with Evjimin. Evjimin, who swam strong all week long, working through. And a tight race near at the end right now in his 200 fly. But we'll get the first split. It will be Gourlay in lane number 5. Amarienzo, lane number 2 for Mary Washington. And Evjimin in lane 6 takes third for the moment. So 4, 5, and 6 right now. There's strong places to be. Lane 4 will kick first with Amarienzo. There's not as much kicking. You have to push off with your hands in this race. It's a different way to go about it. And a tight one between Amarienzo now. Evjimin may have just taken some ground right here. It will be Amarienzo. Evjimin ends up in second for the moment. Hebert in third place in lane 3. A great split of 28.62 from Amarienzo right now. And he is continuing to fly in the butterfly. Getting out to the end of it. He will continue to kick. Gets to the other side first, and he's gaining a lead right now. But Evjimin right now gaining some water. Will make pace with Amarienzo, who will touch the wall first for right here. It will be Amarienzo. Evjimin right behind him, a 29.85. Another sub-30 for Amarienzo from Mary Washington. As we get to the final portion of this race, Amarienzo gained a ton on that kick.
Just not slowing down. Just a very even race throughout.
We'll see who comes up first. It will be Evjimin, and Amarienzo stays down. But Evjimin and Amarienzo will duke this out in 4 and 6. Evjimin may be gaining an edge right here. He gained a lot of heat. It will be Evjimin. 156.22 takes down Amarienzo at the end with a 156.55. He gets Gourlay with 157.48 in third. Fourth goes to Hebert in fourth with 157.75. Fifth with Shelton. Sixth goes to Gaynor. Seventh with Green, and eighth with Baser. So Evjimin able to just sneak through at the end of the butterfly, the bonus finals.
Great job by the Roadrunner there to shave off a lot of time off of his former time, over 2 seconds, and really coming on strong at the end. Takes a lot of patience and a lot of willpower to hold back until right at the very end, and he just won by a hair.
Peyton Harbin in our first lane of the consolation finals for Merchant Marine. Patrick Stern in lane 2 for Mary Washington. Merchant Marine, Keen Hernandez in lane 3. TJ Medersky in the fourth lane for Rowan. Ethan Lloyd for Salisbury. Benjamin Haddad in lane 6 for Rowan. Thomas Brown for Roger Williams. Mason Woods for Montclair State in our 8th lane in the 200 fly, and they go after the horn. So we'll keep an eye on everyone here. A 153.80 from Mederski was our best time for the Rowan Prof, and he kicks it about the same time as Pablo Salazar as they turn off of the boardings there. Still under was Mederski. That allowed some time to be gained from Lloyd and Haddad. It's going to be an interesting split here as we get to our first one. It'll be Hernandez, Lloyd, and Haddad for first, second, and third. 2 under the 25-second mark. 24.78 for Hernandez as it stands right now for the Merchant Marine Academy student. Touching up first, it looks like it'll be a bit of a tie between Hernandez and Lloyd. Lloyd comes out of the water, and he's got an edge right now, but falls back just a bit because Haddad is now gaining some space. Lloyd ends up touching first right there. Hernandez along with Haddad. 28.88, 28.82 separates third and second. 28.48 will be first place with Lloyd for the standing currently. Turning first, Lloyd and Haddad around the same time. They'll come up, and it'll be Haddad right now hanging on to 6, and he is really pushing the pace right now in lane number 6. Haddad from Rowan touches that wall, a 29.34 split ahead of his competition. Lloyd still right behind him. And they are really in a dead heat for it right now.
Yeah, Lloyd recognized the push, and now he's coming on strong. And look out for lane 3 as well. Hernandez making up some ground here. Could challenge.
They're pushing each other. Hernandez falling behind just a bit.
Yes, he did.
Haddad has the edge right now. Can Lloyd catch up to Haddad? Here we roll. It will be Lloyd who comes through in first. Haddad falls behind to second with 154.16. Third, Hernandez made a great push at the end. Stern 155.55. Mederski, Brown, Harbin, and Woods round out the rest.
Yeah, but, you know, Lloyd, everybody in the field really improving on their times, and that's the reason for the great finish and the spirited finish. Everybody pushing one another, coming in strong. Haddad with a really great race. Tried to turn it on strong towards the end. Shaved about a second and a half off of his time, but it wasn't enough. And he'll have to settle for second in that heat.
153.40 would have just made our championship finals as you have Derek Staniszewski in the first lane for Rowan, Joe McChesney in the lane number 2 for TCNJ, Nick Hart for Merchant Marine Academy, Cameron Bird in lane 4 for Salisbury, made a beat cut, Pablo Salazar in lane 5 for TCNJ along with Hunter Adams in lane 6 for TCNJ, Peter Yarzab in lane 7 for Montclair State, and Luke Mitchell in our 8th lane for Salisbury.
So here we go, medals on the line here. Bird has already achieved a B cut in this event, 149.64. The record is a little north of 147 in this.
Alex Volan in 2025 on February 16th at the last NJAC championships we have. Medals on the line, B cuts on the line right here. Cameron Bird already got it. Pablo Salazar trying to get it himself.
Right. He'll need to shave off just about 0.2 of a second off of his time to achieve B cut. But right now, Salazar and Bird are the only ones coming into this race with a race time below 150. So keep your eye on that.
A lot of other strong swimmers as well, as they'll give everyone their props here on the bulkhead. We begin the men's 200 fly here at the 2026 NJAC Championships. Medals on the line, a lot of points on the line. And a lot of fantastic athletes ready to roll. Keep an eye on Bird in 4. In our center of the lanes here, and they go. Great entries by all. Bird pushing up. The fly.
Good start by Hart in lane 3.
McChesney got one good in lane 2 as well. We'll see how long they can hold. Yeah. Lane 7 with Yarzab. McChesney swimming strong, though, for TCNJ. We'll see who touches first. It will be McChesney.
Yeah, he's
Joe
fine.
McChesney is James watching. First place for the moment. Cam Bird in second place, along with third for Yarzab. Joe McChesney is flying through the pool right now.
He is, sure is. We'll see how those split times start to get affected here, but through the first 100, he is a clear leader right now.
Absolutely flying through the water again. He's swimming so fast he may be approaching a B cut after falling behind. 26.94 on his split right there. Second is Hart. Third is Cameron Bird, with fourth going to Yarzab for the moment. What a great split for McChesney. The question is, can he keep it up? Now he's getting ahead even more.
Yep.
Joe McChesney in lane number 2 for TCNJ. The Lion is roaring right now.
After the first 100, he was clearly in control. We'll see if he can stay that way through the first 150. He's got it down here.
27.75. You feel like he's giving it his all in what could be his last race of the week right here. Joe McChesney flying through here in the butterfly in lane number 2. You've got Bird chasing with Salazar, also with Hart right next to him in lane number 3. McChesney will touch up right there.
Salazar had a great split. He might challenge here for a silver.
Could do so. Joe McChesney may approach a great time right here. McChesney working through. He gets first with 147.71. Second goes with 149.38 for Bird. Third with Hart. Fourth, Salazar, Adams, Yarzab, Staniszewski, and Mitchell. Joe McChesney upsetting everyone. 147.14 is the record. He gets 147.71. Just missed it, but he gets a B cut. Float like a butterfly, sting like Joe McChesney.
Destroyed the B-cut time as well. We thought maybe he had an outside shot. He got it going away. So great job there. 149.64 is the B-cut time. Bird already had it and did it again as well with that last race. So a good spirited race. And, you know, McChesney came out to a flying start, and I was concerned that he could not hold that pace.
Yeah.
John, but that just shows how much I know.
Right.
He's raced a beautiful race that time, and you know really didn't slow down at all.
That's what McChesney's do. They win, and he got a gold right there. Another one for TCNJ as TCNJ continues to add on to their lead right now. They've got to the podium pretty much just every time. So less swimmers in our first heat of the bonus finals. We had some scratches earlier. Sydney McGann in lane 2 for Montclair State. Catherine Kennedy in lane 3 for U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. Natalie Hurrow in lane 4 for Roger Williams. Kinsey Ginsburg and Abby Masters from Rowan and Kane in 5 and 6. So less swimmers in the pool here in our bonus finals.
Right, so there'll only be 21 scorers in this event in total. They'll all score here, and we'll see how this one shakes out. About a 6-second differential between the first and fifth swimmers here, but only about a 1-second differential between the top 4 from preliminary. So
right now it's Kennedy holding on to first place with a 29.04. The only sub-30 was McGann in lane number 2 in second place for the moment, with Masters in third, Ginsburg in fifth. Hurl ends up being fifth right there. Again, only 5 swimmers here for this event. Great gain right now from Kennedy. Kennedy in lane 3, really pushing the pace right now for U.S. Merchant Marine Academy right here.
Yep, she's flying here, Kennedy. She's going to top out with a 33-26 split, which is a good second in front of everybody, and in some cases 2 seconds faster.
And gained a ton right on the first turn right here. And a big one right now. Kennedy having a very strong race. Big battle for second and third, though, between Masters, Hurl, and Ginsburg. And also McGann coming on in lane number 2, falling behind just a bit there. But Ginsburg and Masters, really good race right now. Masters gaining some ground, though, on the other end. Still a great race for Kennedy right here. We'll see her split for this one. Kennedy, 36-39, still in first, obviously. Second going to Masters right now with 36-41. Third with McGann at the moment in lane number 2. And Kennedy still gaining. But it's still a tough one between Ginsburg and Masters. Right now it's Ginsburg still holding strong.
Yeah, and Hurl, who had the top time during prelims in this group, trailing behind by a considerable distance. You wonder if something happened to her, a cramp or something else, but she's trailing way behind. Feverish end here to this one.
Kennedy slows down, so 5 and 6 right now with Ginsburg and Masters. Who will touch first? It'll be Kennedy who finds a way to get it done. Ginsburg in second, Masters third, Hurl fourth, McGann in fifth. So Kennedy fends off Ginsburg and Masters. The Merchant Marine Academy win the bonus finals right here.
Yeah, nice job again by all the swimmers to improve on their times, or the top 3 swimmers to improve on their time. So good job by all of them. Top 4, I should say. And we head into the consolation.
Consolation finals with Lauren Walls in lane 1 for Rowan, Catherine Geyer in lane 2 for Montclair State, Marina Klein in lane 3 for Mary Washington, Taylor Jacobson for Kane in the 4th lane, Alizane Sudup in lane 5 for Ramapo College of New Jersey, Carly Dillman in lane 6 for Mary Washington, and for Roger Williams, both Callie Fournier and Ava Grace Zettler. Best time for this one is a 2:13.49 by Taylor Jacobson of Kane, these consolation finals.
Yep, but we had a tie for second in this heat between Klein and Sudup, 2:13.76 were their times during prelims.
Entries very even in multiple positions right now. We'll see who gets to the wall first. It looks like it may just be Jacobson in lane 4. The catch-up, though. Keeping an eye on Ava Grace Zettler in our 8th lane on the back end right now. Going to be a very interesting split to start things off. Jacobson swimming strong, and she touches first. Geyer in second, third with Dillman right now. We keep it locked in to the battle between lane 2 and lane 4. But Jacobson really pushing right now. Geyer from Montclair State, however, gets to the wall pretty evenly with her.
Yeah, Jacobson got a really good kickoff, though, so she's ahead by just a tad here. See if Geyer can make up the difference.
Jacobson working her way to the wall for Kane. Touches up. 32.50 is her split, but 32.92 from Geyer keeps that in second place. This is going to come down to a very close moment right here. If Geyer can continue to push pace, it's still a battle with Sudup and Geyer right now, too, for second and third.
Yeah, and a challenge here. Yeah, Sudup trying to cut into Geyer's time here, trying to keep pace with her in lane 2.
Right now, it's all Taylor Jacobson for this race. Got a great kick and will continue to add on to her lead right now.
At the top of your screen, feverish pace going on there. Lane 6, 7, and 8.
Sudup, Dillman, Fournier all touching around the same time. 35.47, 35.17, 35.74 are those 3 splits. Taylor Jacobson right now may handily win this race, but again, at 6, 7, 8 line right now, 5, 6, 7, 8 line as well, really going well. But Sudup is able to touch up before those. Geyer still swimming strong, but right now Sudup may have the advantage over Geyer, although you've still got Fournier and Zettler fighting hard. Taylor Jacobson's going to come on in and take it for this one. So Jacobson with a 35 split at the end. It'll be Fournier and Sudup for second and third. Fourth going to Geyer, who stays there. Fournier in 5th, Zettler in 6th, Walls in 7th, and Klein finishes out the race in 8th.
Yeah, you could see what was going on at 6, 7, and 8, and Dillman was able to come out in second after a great second half of the race there. They were all pushing each other pretty hard, probably being placed by Sudup, and Dillman was able to take over second place from Sudup. Great job there as we get set for the championship finals.
Our championship finals here from the PDF Sports Network at the 2026 NJAC Championships. You've got 4 Seagulls in the pool for this one. Madison Benefield from Ramapo in lane 1. Sierra Wakefield, Lily Griffin, Libby Miashta in lane 4. Olivia Palucha, all from Salisbury, 2 through 5. We'll talk about that. Cindy Stebley in lane 6. Madeline Rogers in lane 7. Kane and Montclair State, respectively. And Lily Martin from Rowan in lane number 8.
Yeah, so Libby in lane 4. Mayashita, she came in with 2:05.06, which was easily the best time of the group. In lane 4, she's about a third of a second short of a B-cut time right now, so keep your eye on that. But her time of 2:05.06 in prelims is an NJAC record. So, again, one of those cases where she is going to be competing against herself as well to try and best her mark from prelims, which would give her another NJAC record, possibly an NCAA B-cut on the line, and a chance to stand atop the podium as a freshman.
Again, that number is 2:04.77 to make that B-cut. So for Libby Miashta, it's a great moment, a potential moment for her to get it. Palucha with a 2:06.58, though. She is also in the mix for Salisbury. and the rest had higher prelim times by a good margin. It's these two Seagulls. It's all the Seagulls that have the better times besides Sydney Stemley from Kane with a 2:09.12.
Yep, and they know that beat cut is on the line. All the teammates do, so they will push each other, go hard here, keep up with your partner, and try to get on the board. And for Salisbury, that is exactly what they will look to do. They'll look to take over the podium here with first, second, and third, but obviously not if Stemley has anything to do with it for Kane.
The Seagulls have already put themselves on pace to win the NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships. A big 200 fly race right here for them as a program. All the Seagulls flying right now in this race in lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And they're all on pace with each other right now.
Great start by Griffin, and up top of your screen too by Lily Martin in lane 8.
See who touches first, though. It's going to be close. It will be Palucha with Griffin, Miyashita, and Martin right now. In lane number 8, Martin in 4th for Rowan. Salisbury with Palucha. We'll see. You have Miyashita in 4th in between everybody.
Right.
They've raced against her plenty. I'm sure that's pushing because two Salisbury Seagulls just touched at the same time, along with Palucha and Miyashita.
Yeah, Palucha didn't get the greatest kick off the board, but she is challenging for first place now, along with Miyashita.
Lily Martin really coming in there, and she hits in first place with Miyashita. Palucha in second. Third goes to Griffin for now. So a good split. Palucha still challenging hard for this first place finish. It looks like they'll get on the podium no matter what, these Salisbury Seagulls, but Martin's going to be in there for the mix.
That was a much better push off the board for Palucha, and we'll see if that gets her to the bulkhead first.
For now it is. Miyashita swimming hard. Palucha. Did she get to the bulkhead first? Yes, she does. Miyashita behind. 32.07 is a split for Palucha. Griffin with third right now. Stemley in fourth as we approach the back end of this race in the championship finals for the 200 fly. Again, the beat cut is 2:04.77. How will this one work out? Palucha really getting on strong right now. Huge lead for her. What will she finish with? Can she get that beat cut? For Salisbury, Palucha approaching the bulkhead, just shy of it, but Palucha wins it with 2:05.11, 2:06.26 for second in Griffin, Miyashita in 2:08.52 in third, fourth with Rogers in fourth, fifth belonging to Stemley in lane 6, Martin in 6th place, 7th for Benefield and Wakefield in 8th place, so a big-time race for the Seagulls.
Yeah, so for Miyashita, her record stands and was not eclipsed by Palucha, but 1, 2, and 3, it'll be Salisbury on the podium. Maybe not the way you drew it up, John, but right. Either way they got there. Palucha 1, Griffin 2, Miyashita 3. And a fine job by those three young ladies, and they were able to stave off Rogers, who had a really, really good run for Montclair State. 2:09.10 for her, shaves off 2.5 seconds from her seat time. Great job for her.
And that guides us now to our diving portion of our stream, so we'll step aside as our divers have been warming up during this time, and we'll get diving in just a moment right here. So tune into our diving stream if you are looking for diving here in the PDF Sports Network. Again, that's beginning right now, so if you're looking for diving, make sure to hurry on over to our diving portion of this stream. We will have all of our dives, and we'll hand it down to Stephen Idanko right now for our public address announcer on that side of the stream as well, and we'll check in with you on that as well. But we'll come back after the diving for our 400 relays, and we will close out the 2026 NJAC Swimming and Diving Championships here on the PDF Sports Network. We'll be back. Make sure to tune in to diving.
Judges report 16.8. Tallahassee, the College of New Jersey.
That's quick.
103C.
diving has officially started here. We're going to throw it down to the address announcer for the announcement of our dives and our award scores.
403C.
Yeah, I still have one here, so I'm good.
Judges report 27.55. Caroline Barry, University of Mary Washington, 103B. Judges reward 26.4. Hannah Simons, the College of New Jersey, 105B. Judges reward 27.6. Jenna Ringo, the College of New Jersey, 105B. Judges reward 31.2. Melanie Lynn, the College of New Jersey, 105B. Judges reward 37.2. Beth Evaldi, the College of New Jersey, 404C. Judges reward 33.2. Round 7. Ella, 103B. Judges reward 22.4. Tala, 302C. Judges award 18.7. Victoria, 404C. Judges award 14.4. Caroline, 403C. Judges reward 30.4. Hannah, 303B. Judges reward 27.6. Jenna, 303B. Judges reward 32.2. Melody, 303B. Judges reward 36.8. Beth, 105B. Judges reward 38.4. There are 4 remaining rounds. Emma, 5132B. Judges reward 17.85. Tallahassee, 5-3-2-1 lead. Judges award 8.55. Victoria, 5-2-3-1 P. Judges reward 19.0. Caroline, 202A. Judges award 14.4. Hannah, 5-3-3-1 E. Judges reward 18.9. Jenna, 203A. Judges reward 31.2. Melody, 203A. Judges reward 39.6. Beth, 303B. Judges award 40.25. 3 rounds remaining. Emma, 202A. Judges award 27.0. Tala, 303C. Judges report 26.0. Victoria, 202C. Judges award 22.4. Caroline, 203C. Judges award 22.8. Hannah, 203B. Judges award 19.8. Jenna, 5231B. Judges Award 29.0. Melody 205C. Judges Award 22.4. Beth 203A. Judges Award 46.8. There are 2 rounds remaining. Emma 302C. Judges Award 22.95. Tala 203C. Judges Award 13.3. Victoria 302C. Judges Award 29.5. Caroline 302C. Judges Award 21.25. Hannah 5233B.
4 more hits. Yeah. This is the last dive or the next to last? I think there's one more after this. Yeah.
Judges Award 26.4. Jenna 403B.
They were down there. Yeah.
Judges award 33.6. Back. 405C. Judges report 31.05. Final round. 403C.
So you're grabbing the gluten-free thing. I don't know if they have dairy though. This is like a weird package. There's no label. Appreciate it. I think we'll get that too.
Judges award 23.75. Colin, 403C. Judges award 22.8. Victoria, 105C. Judges award 15.4. Carolyn, 522 lead.
When the whole event is over, what we'll do is like, I'll give you the camera bags for each camera, but I guess we'll start with the wiring first. You can grab all the wiring, just put it in front of there, then I'm going to start like, I'm going to clear this first. And then, yeah, I'll break this down, and then I'll come join you. And you want the memory card first? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Judges award 23.4.
Not going to rush us out of here. Should break down right now.
404C.
It's just really that wire.
That big wire, the extension cord down there. All the tape has to get blown out.
The tape is the back part.
Yeah. Blown out. And, This camera bag. That's fine. That camera bag is for that one down there. This camera bag here is for that guy. And whatever is like in the camera, like stays with the camera except for the one on the left. Tripods too. This one. And I think one of them doesn't have a case. Yeah, one was a case. I usually put the tripods first and then all the big wires over it. Extend like power goes in its own separate extension cords, surge protect control. It's on wheels. This one is. It's on permanent wheels. Yeah. I don't know if you have like a truck track.
Judges will go 27.6. Melody, 5-2-3-3 lead. Judges will award 32.4. Beth, 5-2-3-3 lead. Judges reward 53.2.
About to begin our 400 freestyle relays. We've concluded our diving portion, so that is the women's 3-meter diving finals and our last two races of the night here in the 2026 NJAC Conference Championship, our last two races of the NJAC Conference Championship here in 2026. We will start out with the men's 400 freestyle relay. William Patterson, Ramapo, and Roger Williams will end up being our three teams here today for our A relays. Heat number 2, there'll be a third heat as well. 2 heats for each of these races, the men's and the women's side, as we get things rolling here at 7:46. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for working through the night with us here at the 2026 NJAC Championships. Again, the 400-yard freestyle relay coming up in just a couple of moments right here for you, here for the PDF Sports Network and the NJAC. And we thank everybody involved with the NJAC for being a part of this and allowing us to do this. And it's going to be a ton of fun here as we close things out with a 400-yard freestyle relay. William Patterson, Ramapo, and Roger Williams. Our final two races of the day. And welcome back, David Pizzuta.
Thank you, John. And this is it. We have 2 heats here for the A relays portions of the 400 free. Exciting, fast, exactly what we like here. And at the end of it, we're going to award some champions when it all comes down to this.
Yeah, but we'll have that all for you. We'll have camera angles and all of it. You get a look at the presentation.
John, can you take one step to your left?
One step to my left.
Yeah, thank you.
Some coordination.
I want to get closer to you.
Of course.
I can't see anything.
Oh, yeah, sure. I forgot we had the... I'll step away.
No, all good. As long as your vantage point is okay.
Mine is just fine.
All right, so we get started here. All 9 teams will be in the pool here. The top 6 will be in the next heat. And for right now, it's Roger Williams heading the pack. A great split that time. Has them in first place by a considerable length. Trailing them, Ramapo. And William Patterson trailing further behind. See if on any of these legs, some of these leads get cut into. About a 4-second lead right now, but you could tell Ramapo will be motoring through this second leg here. The second 100, and they are making some ground up here on Roger Williams.
Roger Williams and Ramapo actually had the same exact seat time, 3:10:38 heading into this, so this is the tiebreaker.
This is another one of those events, however, that does not do preliminaries.
Right.
They just had the B relays compete earlier this morning. So these times were achieved at some point by these 4 guys maybe. But Ramapo is closing the gap here. Roger Williams about a 2-second lead coming off the wall. About a body and a half. Ramapo slowing down a bit here in the last few yards of this one. Leg number 3. And about a 3-second lead for Roger Williams. William Patterson a little bit farther behind here as they get their third freestyler into the water just now. Got a great jump, however. These 3 teams considerably spread out here, John.
Very much so, and the same is true for the standings as well between some of these teams, but Ramapo's all these teams have had some great performances throughout this meet. Roger Williams so far looking to end their men's side of things on a good note here in the 400 freestyle relay, though. It's getting down to the last races for a lot of these teams and their last chance to show off their swimmers and their great athletes as we're in the midway point, really, of this race right now. Just past it, actually, so this is going to be a big one for them, and this is how they conclude.
And this will be the final freestylers here for each leg. Roger Williams still with a sizable advantage. Ramapo gets their final racer into the water. 50 more to go for Roger Williams to close this one out. Roger Williams coming in, like John mentioned, an equal seed time from Ramapo, 3:10:38. They'll challenge that here. They'll need a good final sprint here down the last half length of the pool. And Roger Williams will indeed best that time. 3:06:35. They come in comfortably in front of Ramapo's 3:10:19, who will finish in 8th place overall most likely. And William Patterson tops out with a final time of 3:24:28, which does pull their time down about a good 22 seconds from the regular season. So good job by all 3 teams, and our A finals and our final heat, 2 of 2, upcoming.
The final showing for the men's side of things in these finals, and you talk about beat cuts and a record, 3.68, 3 minutes 68 is the beat cut line. 3 minutes 30 is the NJAC record in Salisbury. Their seat time came in at 3:84. So they're pretty close to that beat cut and the NJAC record as well with TCNJ. The former record is from TCNJ in 2024. 3:01:33 is their current time in terms of the seat time. So those 2 squads, they want to close out well and potentially could be looking at beat cuts here to make their final NCAA requirements of this meet here, the NJAC Championship.
Absolutely, and you would expect the times to get better here. We understand this is the final event, but if they're successful at shaving off a half a second, they could achieve that beat-cut time. John, we might have to move that gentleman if he continues to get into the shot. But we'll keep an eye on that, folks. Looks like he's backing up.
Yep.
He's hanging over the ledge, that's why.
Gotcha.
Well, we're not using lane 1, so that's okay. USMMA is in lane 2. Rowan is in lane 3. Salisbury lane 4. TCNJ lane 5. Mary Washington lane 6. And Montclair State is at the top of your screen in lane 7.
He gone.
Good job.
Telepathic. I talked to him. Don't worry. I give him mind signal.
Very strategic race here. 4 racers. They're going to go all out. Obviously, each one of them. Where you put your freestylers makes a big difference here. Again, beat cut time to watch out for. NJAC record time to watch out for as well. First on the turn, as expected, was Salisbury, but it is a dead heat. And it looks like it is lane 6 right now in Mary Washington that's steadying the pack. We'll see how that shakes out. They actually were bested by both TCNJ and the United States Merchant Marine Academy. And it is indeed USMMA in lane 2, which reaches the wall first again to finalize this first leg of the 400 free relay. A good one. USMMA slowing down just a tad, but they may reach the wall first here, and they do by about a second. TCNJ in second. TCNJ in third. Salisbury taking over second.
USMMA at a 3:08:06, way behind Salisbury and TCNJ, but they're right there in it right now.
Absolutely here. Salisbury closing the gap along with TCNJ. They are neck and neck. It is the Merchant Marine Academy right now flying ahead. They are a good 1 second, maybe 1.5 seconds in front. Could be as big as 2, judging by the kickoff on the wall. Fever pitch going on in lanes 4 and 5. Salisbury and TCNJ battling for second right now, and they are just a microsecond away from one another. USMMA, however, continuing to build their lead on the front half of this race. Final turn of leg number 2. That lead shrinking for USMMA as Salisbury and TCNJ closing the gap. Much, much closer as the third freestylers are in the pool. USMMA holding their lead. Salisbury building it over TCNJ. USMMA first to the wall. Looks like Salisbury's beginning to overtake and take over the lead. It will be close heading into the bulkhead, but Salisbury has distanced itself a little bit from TCNJ, narrowing the lead for USMMA. On that final turn, they almost reached the wall in unison. TCNJ looking to narrow the gap now on Salisbury. And they are taking it towards the wall and finishing strong there. TCNJ has grabbed the silver from Salisbury as they reach around another turn. Continuing to pump ahead, USMMA has the narrowest of leads. TCNJ with a great kickoff off in lane 5. Can they better the mark over USMMA as they reach the wall? TCNJ grabs first place over Salisbury. And USMMA finishes with the bronze. John, they timed it perfectly.
Perfect timing at the end there. TCNJ just climbed back in, but Dave, 3:69 is USMMA's time. The B cut is 3:00:68. Just shy for USMMA, 100th of a second. Great work from Salisbury. You got 2 B cuts on that one. But heartbreak for USMMA.
Oh, just missed the B cut by 1/100th of a second. Can't get any closer than that.
Put a pit in my stomach after
Oh,
that one.
man, oh, man.
Time.
And now we'll have the heat 1 of the women's leg of the 400 free relay.
I believe TCNJ, they had under 3:30, right?
They had 3:18.
3:18, that's an NJAC record right there. Breaking the original TCNJ record.
There we go. Racing against themselves in the pool. But for the first leg of the women's 400 free relay, it will be William Patterson in lane 3, Ramapo in lane 4, and the Merchant Marine Academy in lane 5.
Ramapo and U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, looks like it'll be a battle with them, but like we saw on the men's side, Merchant Marine really just shocked and improved upon their time. It looked like a completely different squad, so we'll see if the women's side can do something similar here. We've seen that a few times with them in these relays.
8 seconds they were able to shave off, the men were. If the women can double the effort, they would have bested Ramapo. We'll see what Ramapo has in mind here.
Right.
As again, you don't necessarily have to race the 4 that you did earlier in the season in this race in the championship. It could be 4 completely different swimmers. All you need is the seed time. And as they're off in the first 25, they are relatively shoulder to shoulder here. Ramapo kicks off the wall first and has a narrow lead right now over Kings Point and William Patterson. About a body length over the Merchant Marine Academy. Just over a 25 split that time for Ramapo here as we go into the back half of the first 100.
Yeah, Merchant Marine right now again falling behind a bit of Ramapo right now. Ramapo showing out at the moment. We'll see how consistent their squad stays throughout this one, though. Merchant Marine still within a good reach of it.
Yeah, good solid first leg here for Ramapo. And our second freestylers are in the pool. Ramapo, followed by William Patterson, and then the United States Merchant Marine Academy. WPU making up some time on that first 25 here. See if they have the stamina to keep it up as USMMA begins to turn it up. Still, though, it is Ramapo with a rather comfortable lead through the first 150.
William Patterson throughout all these races, obviously at the bottom of the standings, but they've done a great job just improving consistently on seat times, not just by a little bit, by good margins all the time. So William Patterson, a lot of improvement from them throughout this whole meet over these last 4 days.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't mention them a lot because of their standings oftentimes in these individual events, but bettering personal goals and personal records of their own all the way through. And they holding steady for a while in second place. They may have given it up there, and they did. No, they actually still have the lead in second place as our third freestylers are now in the pool. Ramapo beginning to set considerable distance now, about 4 seconds ahead. A good kickoff off the boards by Kings Point that time in lane 5, and the Mariners are closing the gap here in second place. Taking over second now at the 250 mark. As we are into the back half of this race. Ramapo still holding fast to their lead, but USMMA has cut into it considerably here. If they can shave off another second or two, they've positioned their anchors pretty well.
We've still got just about that half a body to cut off right now. If your anchors can stay strong, get a good entry, you can cut that off pretty quickly. We'll see how they rock here.
In the pool, about a second and a half difference as they enter, and this is it. A mad dash for the next 100 to try and position themselves into 7th or higher. USMMA, another great kick turn. And now as we approach the final 50, USMMA may have caught up. If Ramapo is ahead, it's not by much. Less than a second. And USMMA made a lot of time on the turn, John. Let's see if they do it again. They are still trailing in second by about a quarter of a body length. Let's see where they end up after this turn. Right USMMA there. Surfaces first and may have just taken over the lead in the final 50. A mad dash to the wall. It looks like it will be the Mariners who will touch in first, and they do. At 3:40.42, 1/100th of a second faster than Ramapo at 3:40.43.
Almost had a tie for first right there, and then William Patterson comes in with 3:50.02 for them.
Both teams improved by nearly 5 seconds off their seed time.
William
Great
Patterson
job
improved by about 45
seconds, yeah. Very solid run for all three of those teams. Will 3:40 and change be enough to rise up the ranks and best the final 6 teams of the evening?
This is going to be fun, Dave, because the NJAC record.
Sorry.
We got it. We get the NJAC record is 3:34.37. We have established math is not what we do. Roger Williams, 3:41.82, but Rowan, 3:32.58. Again, that's below the NJAC record. Kane, 3:31.69. That's below the NJAC record. 3:31.75 from Salisbury. That's below the NJAC record of 3:34.37 and 3:34.93 from Mary Washington right there. So you're going to see a big moment for the NJAC right here. The women's 400 relay and the freestyle has really seen a lot of improvements, even from times from earlier in the season that we just saw in those last 3 teams right there. So you get the B-Cut 3:29.09 as well, and a lot of these teams are within reach of that, and we just saw how many seconds got shaved off from the last 3 teams. So this could be a huge and a perfect way to end it with a ton of B-Cuts in this last race.
I was about to say, what better way to end a terrific week and weekend of swimming than with what could be the most contested race of the night. And you never know. Positional standings at stake on the podium to go along with it. Roger Williams will be in lane 1 at the bottom of your screen. TCNJ in lane 2. Rowan in lane 3. Kane in the middle of it all in lane 4. Salisbury in lane 5. Mary Washington lane 6. And Montclair State in lane 7. Kane in the number 4 position. Had the best regular season time to land them in that lane. But they've been hotly contested in these relays throughout the entire meet, John. And we've seen many different combinations take medals.
We really have, and we're going to see 7 brand new ones right here. Take it too.
All right, here we go. Final 400 of the meet. The final heat of the meet, and with medals on the line. They're all off in the pool. First 100 is underway. Neck and neck at breakneck speeds. They reach the wall. Kicking off first almost in unison. It looked like first there was Rowan, but taking over, Kane looking sharp. Lane 7 looking strong with Montclair State as well. In fact, they touch up first through the first 50.
Montclair State, like you mentioned, in first, third with Salisbury.
Yeah, we didn't. There wasn't a second place that was put up on the board. They skipped number 2.
Oh wow, maybe it was a tie. I don't know.
Maybe. Here we go though through the first 100, and good performances by Montclair State and Kane right now, steadying the pack. Second in the pool. Kane did take over the lead. Montclair State in second, Salisbury in third, and Rowan in fourth in lane 3. TCNJ right next to them in lane 2 is in fifth. Things are evening out now at the top. Montclair State, Kane, and Salisbury pretty much shoulder to shoulder. 1, 2, and 3. They come in, Kane, Salisbury, and Montclair State. Kane starting to separate now. They've got about a half a body lead. Coming in strong now is Rowan in lane 3, starting to challenge Montclair State in lane 7.
You've got a 4-5 battle with TCNJ and Rowan right now. Rivalry's going to end this one too.
Absolutely here, as Kane looks like they will touch up once again as our third freestylers are in the pool. Kane, Salisbury, Montclair State, Rowan, TCNJ. Mary Washington in lane 6 is in 6th. Roger Williams in lane 1 is in 7th. Back half of the third leg is about to start soon as they come in for the first 50 of leg 3. Kane and Salisbury neck and neck. And by a fraction of a second, Kane touches up first. To the wall, they'll get there a little bit ahead, distancing themselves from the field. Building on that lead, Kane, as they come in for the anchors. Kane and Salisbury. It'll be a race to the finish to see who gets the gold. There'll be a fight for silver and bronze as well. Montclair State continues to push in lane 7. Rowan coming on strong in lane 3, but the anchors are in the pool. Kane, first to the wall, starting to build a more sizable lead on the turn. They'll keep it there. Montclair State continues to steady up on top of your screen. They are giving it a run for the bronze along with Rowan. And we can't discount the efforts of Mary Washington in 6th. They are flying through this final. First 50 in the books, and here we go down the stretch. Does Salisbury have enough gas in the tank, John? Here we go. The final 25, and they're neck and neck. Kane looks like they have just a dash of a lead, and they come in. Salisbury taking first. At the last eighth of the poll and gaining the bronze, coming back was Rowan. What a race!
0.07 of a second separate first and second with Salisbury and Kane. Salisbury with a new NJAC record of 3:28.03.
Wow. In the final 25 is when they took that race. Like champions often do, they were the heavy favorites coming into the day, and that might have just sealed it with 64 more points. Salisbury coming in first, 3:28.03. Good enough for B-cut time as well. And they flashed off the other times before we had a chance to see them.
Right. 2 B-cuts. It ends up being 2 B-cuts on that race. Getting over that 3:29.09. And so the conference, the NJAC, adds 2 more B-cuts after a great meet. This championship meet has turned out to be a success, Dave. We got podiums coming up.
Absolutely. So we're going to switch our camera that was on our scoreboard over to our podium, so we'll get you a good look at what's going to happen on that podium in just a few moments. But what's next for us is awards time. So stay with us here. We'll lead you through it as we go. Now again, for us in the booth, we do not get tipped off as to who won the race or what the scores were, so we are going to learn it just like you do at home. And the first thing that they will do is give out medals to some of the individual performers. And there is our shot of our podium. They are going to award the 200-yard breaststroke event. Salisbury takes the bronze in the 200 breaststroke. Mary Washington taking the silver in the breaststroke.
And our 2026 NJAC champion with a winning time and a new record of 1:58.18 from the College of New Jersey, Tyler McGeehan.
Tyler McGeehan, what a great race that he had coming out in lane 6 to start off the 200 breaststroke. He now finds himself at the top of that podium with another gold medal for the Lions.
The Lions, you're going to hear a lot of Lions throughout this men's portion of this because they absolutely dominated here at the NJAC Championships. A consistent night for them and a consistent week for them. It's just another part of that.
Yep. One of those podiums with 3 different teams being represented: Salisbury, Mary Washington, and TCNJ. Congratulations to those young men as they'll pose for their group shot. And after this, we'll have the presentation of our 200 breaststroke women, who will be honored.
We now honor the top 3 finishers in the women's 200-yard breaststroke event. Our third place finisher with a time of 2:21.97 from Kean University, Abby Burns.
Abby Burns will take the bronze and will take her place for the Cougars there. Yeah, Cornell had such a great race from lane 1 as well to take silver there.
And our 2026 NJAC champion with a time of 2:21.67 from Salisbury University, Maddie Powell.
Maddie Powell came on strong late in that race and took it home. Never looked back. She earns gold for Salisbury.
It was a good 1 through 4 battle that
Yeah,
race.
it really was. That was one of our better races of the entire meet.
Right.
After this, we will award both the 200 butterfly winners, men's and women's.
We still got the winners of the whole thing, too, to award as well.
Yes, that's right. That's the payoff here is we'll get to hand out a championship trophy, and we might have a team dump themselves in the pool. We'll see.
That would be something. I'd have to run back to the camera.
We might have to do that, but we'll see. We'll have it on the diving.
Yeah, the diving.
On the diving one. And we're still recording on that computer too, so.
We'll have it.
Right.
Just love you to get it live.
Yes.
That's what you want to see. Instead of
Oh, they're going to switch to 3-meter diving first. I don't think Evaldi left anything to doubt in this one.
No.
So Jenna Ringel will take the bronze.
A lot of TC&J.
Yes.
As we've seen.
Coming in, they had 5 on the 3-meter platforms. That's a good, healthy amount. Melody Lynn will claim the silver. So we have a sophomore on the podium, a junior on the podium, and John, I think, Evaldi with the senior will complete the hat trick.
They've got quite the order there. Right?
Evaldi, one of those great seniors, but those other divers on TC&J all coming back, and so their dominance on the diving boards will probably last for some time.
That's how you know you've got a good program really building there when you have a senior, a sophomore, and a junior all really having high finishes. You've got leadership, you've got youth, and you've got right there in the middle as well with a little bit of both. So our junior diver is going to take that role next year as well.
Yep.
TCNJ, and
see
that's how you build the program.
See if Melody gets pushed next year.
Yep.
But our divers did a sensational job. For those of you who were watching the diving stream all weekend, we thank you for that. Some tremendous records broken there. B cuts, Carter Cove with record-breaking performance on the men's side, and Beth Evaldi doing it on the women's side. Now I believe we'll have presentations for our backstroke. Butterfly, I'm sorry. Yep.
It's your favorite race.
I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now honor the top 3 finishers in the men's 200-yard butterfly event. Our third place finisher with a time of 1:49.69 from the United States Virtual Marine Academy, Nick Hart.
Nick Hart will take the bronze. Came back late in that race, if I'm not mistaken, and taking that bronze medal.
There's another one of those good battles that continue throughout.
Cameron Bird was seated in the pole position, but got bested in this one by the guy who really led, I think, just about wire to wire.
Yeah.
Flew out. We were concerned that maybe he got off to too fast of a start, and how can he hold it? But he sure did, and he led it wire to wire.
If anything, he just got faster
right
throughout that whole race, and he made a B cut there as well. Bird has already got a B cut too, so he's doing all right.
Absolutely. So Joe McChesney takes gold in the 200 fly. And we'll get those guys posing for shots before we announce our women's champions.
It's also good races with the women's championships as well. I mean,
yeah, those
5-headed race at one point.
Yeah, and they, those 4 racers from Salisbury, all pushing each other in the pool.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now honor the top 3 finishers in the women's 200-yard butterfly event. Our third place finisher with a time of 2:08.52 from Salisbury University, Libby Miyashita.
Miyashita takes the bronze.
A lot of Salisbury.
Yeah.
Second place finisher with an NJAC runner-up time of 2:06.28 from Salisbury University, Lily Griffin.
Lily Griffin, her junior teammate, taking the silver medal, who was to her right when the race started.
2026 NJAC champion with a winning time of 2:05.11 from Salisbury University, Olivia Palucha.
And Olivia Palucha, the trifecta complete. The junior takes the gold, and you get the 3 golds at the podium.
Expect Salisbury to end up also winning this event, this whole meet as well.
Sure thing.
They had a big lead heading into it. Going 1, 2, 3 of the championship final also get you there.
Yep.
Should be our medleys now.
That's right. We'll finalize with the
400, medleys.
The 400
relays.
The 400 free relays. Right.
Yes.
I know
the 400 medley
it's so easy to get tongue-tied between the distance, the medley versus free, and the A's versus B's.
A's and B's, no C's though.
No C's.
So the 400 freestyle relays.
Can't discount the race that U.S. Merchant Marine had in that 400 free. They pretty much led throughout until very, very late. But they turned in a really good performance.
We now honor the top 3 finishers in the men's 400.
Especially considering they were 8 seconds off the pace during the regular season with seed time.
With a time of 3 minutes, 0 seconds, and .69 from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy.
And that foursome will take the bronze medal. Again, shaving their time down about 8 seconds from their seed time during the regular season. Good job by the Mariners there to get on the podium.
Major improvement.
Absolutely.
Gets a medal.
Yep.
Richard Reed had high expectations heading into this meet, and meeting it with that race right there to end things out.
Salisbury taking the silver. Just a hair under US MMA's mark. Still right at that 3-minute mark. Again, achieving B cut, as we mentioned.
And our 2026 NJAC champion with a winning time of 3:00:18 from the College of New Jersey.
And another B cut from the College of New Jersey, and another gold medal for their foursome as well. Lions doing what Lions do, and standing atop the podium here as 2026 400 free relay champs. And a great race. You notice, John, gold, silver, and bronze, all 3 minutes flat.
Yep.
And a few milliseconds.
It's around the same time. It was such a great race. Merchant Marine Academy had a race going like they were going to win the whole thing and just kind of fell off at the end. And TC&J and Salisbury stormed back, and they were looking for beat cuts, and they got them. So Merchant Marine just shy of that, and I'm sure next year they'll be really gunning for a beat cut in this race.
Absolutely. So now we'll get the presentation of our award winners and our champions. So
We got the
we'll
women's
let this
400.
play out. Oh, we got the women's 400. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Yep.
Yep.
Well, on the men's side anyway.
Yes.
What's next will be the award winners and the champions, but we'll get the women's side in now.
Another great race, too.
Yep, right at the end is when it was solved. And we talk about timing. It's so difficult, and you just don't know how it's going to shake out. But if that's the way it was designed, just a perfect race.
Freestyle Relay. Our third place finisher with a time of 3:33:44 from Maryland University with a record-breaking score. Caitlin Cottham, Alexa.
And so Rowan takes the bronze, finishing out a really strong meet for them. Again, our best wishes to Coach Fisher, who could not be here. I'm sure she's very proud of her group taking that. And again, hovering around 4th and 5th place that entire race, John, and then boom, that anchor making up some time and some difference, gets them a bronze medal and a trip to the podium.
Is that medal for Coach Fisher? Take care of a newborn and watch your team also do business here. Not a bad time.
Not bad, not bad at all.
Got two really good programs coming up right here, though.
Our second place finisher with an NJAC lower time of 3:28:10, which was also a record breaker from Kane University.
Kane taking the silver. The Cougars were in first most of that race. The final 25 is what was the difference ultimately. So I'm sure they're just a tad disappointed, but silver medal, a record-breaking performance. Certainly a lot to be proud of there for the Cougars, who stand there on the right side of the podium for the silver medals.
And the Kane Cougars just, again, had a strong meet. A lot of strong meets, a lot of good beat cuts, and see the champs now.
With a winning time of 3:28:03, which is now the new record, Salisbury University.
So the third record broken in that race belongs to Salisbury, which came from behind in that final 25, took first place, and with it another trip to the top of the podium for a team that looks to be in cruise control for a 2026 NJAC championship. All that's left is the announcement, John.
Right. It's what you've kind of waited all these 4 days for, and see who ends up taking the whole thing. And the picture did become clear pretty early in this meet, but it's still a very, very good announcement. We're not exactly sure though, second and third. That's going to be a big competition on the women's side, too.
Yep. Yeah, you know, Rowan coming back yesterday and jumping up from 5th to third.
Yeah.
When Montclair State moving down from third to fifth and Kane holding in fourth. And you wonder if the consistency of Kane pays off and gets them into that top three. Does Rowan hold on?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to come next here.
I think so, yeah. Unless they're awarding him most valuable performer of the meet.
Right.
But we are going to wait the official announcements from downstairs at this point to announce the rest of the way and to guide us through what's to come.
All right, folks, please keep your attention at the award podium for a brief award presentation. With a winning score of 1709, the College of New Jersey has clinched the 2025-26 New Jersey Athletic Conference Men's Swimming and Diving Championship.
So it is TCNJ, 1,709 points. They are your champs.
Yeah, just a dominant performance by this whole unit, top to bottom. The TCNJ Lions, they did their thing.
They all got to get up there. There you go.
Oh, man.
Find a way to make it fit.
They always do.
They got the hair to match.
Yeah, they really did that.
You know, with the swim caps, you just don't know.
I noticed it on a few. I didn't realize it was everybody.
I had to do a double take. Yeah. I did notice it on a few, but I had to do a double take there and say, are those caps or is that hair? That's hair.
That
That's
is hair,
folks.
The Lions gold.
Lions have to have their mane.
They do, yes.
There we go. Congratulations, though. You know, we knew they were going to be dominant, but, you know, even in a race like this, John, to score, you know, north of 1,700 points, that is a big, big margin.
It's a huge meet for them. And this conference really showed out in this whole 2026 championships, and TCNJ ends up being the top dog on the men's side, and they're going to celebrate this one. They earned a huge celebration.
Now, please keep your attention at the awards podium. With a winning score of 1635, Salisbury University has clinched the
1635 for Salisbury. Again, left little to doubt on the women's side, and you can see the excitement going on there.
Salisbury, friends and family, a lot of show-outs here for the Salisbury squad, and the Seagulls are a huge, huge meet for them. Very similar to how TCNJ performed on the men's side. Salisbury just absolutely dominant in a lot of ways, and they didn't really need the diving portion as well to kind of get the points too. TCNJ took a lot of that.
So it is official. The College of New Jersey and Salisbury University are your 2026 men's and women's swimming and diving champions, respectively.
One more round of applause for your 2025-26 New Jersey
And it was well earned.
Swimming and Diving Champions, the Seagulls of Salisbury.
And I don't know if we'll have a point breakdown of the rest of the field, John, but congratulations to really all 19 teams here during this weekend, 9 on the men's side, 10 on the women's side.
On behalf of the presidents and the athletic administrators of the New Jersey Athletic Conference, we thank you for your support of NJAC swimming and diving throughout the 2025-26 season. Congratulations to all the teams.
And so it seems like Mr. Ivanko closes us out here. And in a fitting way, with the presentation of our championship trophies, they're going to – the Gatorade dunk went on the opposite side. We wouldn't have been able to catch it. It was outside of our camera's view regardless. But TCNJ gets the dunk, gets the bath on one side of the pool. And I'm sure Salisbury will do something equally here on the near side.
Sure.
But want to see if we can pan out there, John. Yeah, thank you. And there they go. Into the pool goes Salisbury. Heck, they were wet anyway. You got TCNJ on their side. Some belly flops going on there. That's the celebration we want to see. Wow. Why not? After a tiring weekend, just let it hurt a little bit more. Oh, boy. TCNJ having some fun with it. Salisbury is on the other side of the pool. They just dunked in. Salisbury is in as well. We'll give you a look at them. They're being obstructed a little bit, but they actually tossed their coach into the water there. I believe I was part of their coaching staff. Oh, and there they go. Into the water. It's not official until the entire team gets in there. Congratulations once again to these amazing teams. And this is probably the most fun part. Watching the coaches get dunked in. And one by one, they get there. Coach Nate Parsley, the assistant coaches, Keaton Burke, Chase McClure, Christopher Knorr, Jill Stevenson, Sydney McCauley, Arian Wolf, Elizabeth Perry, all very much deserving, and a tremendous congratulations to them. Meanwhile, TCNJ continues to belly flop their way, and they got a long way to go. There's a lot of men on that team. And the celebration, I am sure, will continue throughout the evening on the bus ride back to New Jersey and to Maryland, respectively, for these two teams. And like we mentioned before in our opener, when it comes to swimming and diving, when you take a day off, it's pretty rare. But I think these two teams will allow themselves a little bit of a break and a little bit of a cool down here. And it's always a great thing when you have a championship trophy to come back with, and when that caps off your season. But as Commissioner Small said a little bit earlier, it's not the end of the road for many of these swimmers. They'll await NCAA cuts to see whether or not they make it and get invited to the NCAA championship. Doesn't get old. And we'll see if the coaching staff will get up there as well. Brave souls jumping in with their sneakers on, unless they brought an extra pair or two. Oh, that's a great shot right there. The goals. Lifting up their championship. Everybody getting a hand on it and a small piece of it. That's a wonderful sight to see. And for the teams that didn't get there this year, something to aspire to. There's no greater feeling in the world. And like we said before, these student athletes, they start officially in mid-September. As you can tell, it goes all the way towards the end of February. It's a very long season, a very disciplined season, 2-a-days in the early part of the season, meets on the weekends, never a day off, it seems, unless by NCAA mandate. Getting through the holidays, watching what they eat and intake and put into their bodies, pass all their classes, 2 separate semesters. Just a great, great show. And when it ends this way in jubilation, you feel great for the athletes and the coaches who get to take part of it. So that will pretty much do it for us here at the Aquaplex in Hampton, Virginia. I'm going to wait for John to come back and grab a headset before we close things out here. But again, we thank you for joining us. Most of you who were tuned in throughout the weekend and the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. John, as we wrap up here, we should say a big thank you to everybody affiliated with the New Jersey Athletic Conference, everybody affiliated with the Hampton, Virginia Aquaplex. We said thank you many, many times, but the hospitality has been great. Our accommodations has been great. Just about checked every box for me as far as a terrific event, well managed, and we look forward to being a part of the NJAC for some time. We're so thankful for the partnership, and John, great job all weekend.
Always just thankful for the opportunity and thankful for every part of this. And this sport is awesome, Dave. I mean, what we just saw right there is celebration. Just like everyone just becomes childlike when you finally win that championship and you get it. So that's great to witness. It's great to be here. Thank you to everyone at the NJAC and here at the Hampton Aquaplex. Everyone is just great to meet, great to talk to, great to work with, and this is something definitely that we'd want to do again. So it's great to be here, and thank you for the opportunity, Dave. Thank you for the opportunity to the NJAC and the Hampton, Virginia Aquaplex. This was exactly how the weekend and the week was supposed to go, and it did, and we got a great meet out of it. Broadcasts were great, and we hope you enjoyed, and thank you for tuning in and all that great stuff, and hopefully we'll see you another time.
All right, and before we leave you, we just want to remind you that the NJAC Swimming and Diving Championship has just finished kicking off what is sure to be an exciting winter championship season for the conference. Next weekend, it's not over. On February 21st and 22nd, the NJAC Indoor Track and Field Championships will be held at the University of Pennsylvania's Ott Center. Also next Saturday, the NJAC women's and men's basketball tournaments will get underway. The women's tournament will feature a Saturday, Tuesday, Friday format, while the men's tournament will feature a Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday format. For ticket information and all other things NJAC, please visit njacsports.com. You don't want to miss it. Thank you, everyone at the NJAC. Thank you, everyone at the Hampton Aquaplex here in Hampton, Virginia, the great state of Virginia. Congratulations once again to our champions. For John McCooch, I'm David Pizzuto, thanking you all for joining us throughout the weekend and supporting the NJAC and for supporting the PDF Sports Network. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.